Of my Sea Ice Challenge series. I'm Icon, and what can I say? The trader has finally cometh. Last episode we had finally the luck to receive a visit from a bulk goods trader ship, and as you can see here, the storage is finally empty, and we got plenty of materials to work with, and let's start working, I'd say. Now, the first things I really want to do are quite simple. I want to, well, I want to create myself a new room. We're working with granite now, so it's going to be a new layer of material. And this bad boy goes here. Then we're going to do the insulation double. We're going to deconstruct those doors, but maybe not yet. So I do plan on expanding this room now, so possibly we'll be needing more heaters. Possibly not, I don't know yet. No, most likely not. I'll just go for a wall in between here. There we go. Let's do something like that. This will be an expansion of the hydroponics, probably even the last expansion, I don't know yet. But we're going to see how that'll work out. I'm really happy to have that all happening, because that means we're now finally at the point where we can actually start thinking about the end game of our series. I can't believe that we're actually getting there, but we are. We actually are. So let's put up a double door here as well. That was something I wanted to have for a long time. Now, major break risk. Bishop is still a little bit on edge because he did a little bit much human processing the last few days, but he'll be getting over it soon. And, well, oh, maybe not. I'll let him go through his days. It's not really that much of an issue. Now, what we do need next is a deconstruction order, and that's gonna be that. And we can remove these pieces of wall as well. Okay. Then we're going to reinstall the heaters here. Let's see. I'm somehow afraid that the multi-analyzer will be staying there. I can't change its positioning anymore, sadly. But that's not too much of an issue there, honestly. So, expanding my hydroponics system is one of my most important things to take care about. So we have now room for even 3 peasants more, and I'm pretty sure I will need not more than that. Somehow I am convinced that this will be enough. Bishop is still on an extreme break risk. What's wrong with you, man? Alright, there we go. So, since we have food in such abundance, I will go and sow out a really large patch of cotton now next, because I want to have the blue carpeting expanding into that direction. I know that's extremely important stuff. Not really, but I can't help myself. Also, I want to remove this little iffy chem fuel zone here, because it just was exactly as weird as I felt like it was. But at the same time, we are now just storing our explosives somewhere else. That's totally fine for me. Okay, and we're still featuring lots and lots of materials here to work with. I forgot a few scraps there. Now, towards safety. I want to have a situation where I can control my enemies better. I had large issues with centipedes, pikemen. Centipedes will be another topic. I hope I won't be seeing any of them too soon. So let's molly away those next. I had huge issues with lancers because they were like lancers, man, I can't talk anymore. With the pikemen, because their range was just too much for our folks to bear with, and therefore I want to construct myself an area of safety. All right, let's get back to the assault rifles because they are just really good weapons. Okay. So one big question for me remains, and that's if the heaters will be enough for the winter time or not. But we'll find that out soon enough. Now then. We're done with these plentiful construction jobs. Psychic Soothe for male people, that's good. So my plans are quite simple. I'm going to do a corridor which goes like that. And that's going to be my perimeter where we're going to fight. Enemies will have to get in there, and after they got in there, they will always end up in shooting range of my folks, and that's basically what I'm aiming for. So I want a couple of doors to escape from my safety zone. That's always very important. Leave yourself some corners and shortcuts to work with. And this way we're able to put up a combat zone which will actually work. It's maybe not there. I want to have a certain range, a certain distance from these things to make sure that we're not stumbling into trouble there. Okay, I don't have any human leather left, so we're going to do that. Ironhead is not assigned to cooking. Well, it's actually a shame because he's a pretty good cook, so I'll let this job open for him as well. Just to acquire a few scraps of leather now, because that was a very, very helpful comment there, thanks to, I don't know the name anymore, to that person who pointed it out. We can use, of course, human leather for sandbags. Well, back in the day when I started out with Rimworld, this method was not applicable, so back when I started out with Rimworld, you had to make sandbags always out of cloth. So I kind of like derped that fact that you can also make them out of raiders, so. And talking about raiders, the tribe of Razable is attacking us. Alrighty. Let's get it on. Just a bunch of tribals, I'm not too concerned at all. Famous last words. But I guess I'm just kidding. I hope I'm just kidding. We are at a really good spot. I want to think about crafting myself some armors, because honestly, since we will have to acquire the... what's it called again? The AI core one day soon. You see, it's already starting. Well, screw this, we're going inside. Alright. How bad is it? Nobody is in immediate danger there. So we're able to tank it out here. Alright. Let's drop the burdens. And fall back one more time. Just want to make sure that they are attacking the turrets, you know. Alright. That was a lot scarier than I thought it would be. But let's see. Oh, Warba. Is that somebody I want to save? Not really. Alright. Okay, that went well, somewhat. That's why it's good to have such defense lines and things where you can't just hide behind, because it really saves lives. And with that amount of steel I got available right now, I don't mind if there's going to be a couple of shots being spread out of my turrets there, because we can't afford that. We safely can afford that. I feel like with the situation as it is now, we're better off than ever before. Dropping these sandbags into the corners to make sure that my enemies are not able to use these corners for their own cover. Because otherwise the enemies could hide there and make it hard to hit them while you're standing here at the gun range. So, let's see. Yeah, even the furthest gun turret is now able to hit those guys. Good. I'm also considering putting up a autocannon turret back there, probably. I don't know yet. But, you know, one thing at a time. Alrighty. Me so happy. So I have to wait now for the next summer for sure before I can even think about raiding for a AI core. But, well, beyond the AI core, we are already in a very good situation there. So let's see. I wonder if 4 heaters will be enough to keep the temperature above 0 degree. It has to be just above 0 degree, you know? That's all. Alright. That's, again, 195 H leather. It's a lot there. A lot of resources which we gain out of these situations, but that's pretty good, honestly. I'm quite happy with our little empire here. I mean, look at that. It's a real fortress by now. Didn't expect to get that lucky in the end. Alright, it's outside minus 76 and inside a cozy 21. But I'm pretty sure that we needed that 4th heater to make the show happen. We can now place down, I think, 3 more? Yeah, 3 more hydroponics. So we're going to be well able to sustain ourselves now. Also, Bishop with the new leg. Feeling very happy about that. Ooh, there's a lot of food deteriorating outside there. That's absolutely intolerable. I mean, pemmican might look like poop, taste like poop, but it ain't poop. Alrighty. Would have been a tragedy if we lost such a massive stockpile of food. I mean, that's 600 units of food, which almost deteriorated outside there. Good thing that I catch that before it did. Alrighty, now clean up, main. Clean up. Also, we could use some art. But the problem with art is we would need a art table for that first. I mean, it's not like we're really poor anymore or anything like that, but yeah, you get my idea, I think. Okay, with all that pemmican available, I don't mind spending most of my food into packaged survival meals now, because I feel like we're able to gather a lot more money due to that. And the next traders will come. I still hope somehow that we're going to get lucky and see a exotic goods trader which is just simply selling me an AI core, because that is a viable event that can happen, you know? It can happen. So I'm just hoping it will happen. Oh, come on, Ironhead. He's casually getting towards a level 8 there on plants. Very nice. How tired are you? Not really. Alright. Also fixing up a lot of cloth. Why is he? Because he was hungry. Okay. Whatever, man. Binge down some food. It's not like we have any shortage there. So therefore I really don't mind him doing that. But I do mind if those hydroponics are not sown out. Okay. Alright, that should be enough cloth for the carpeting. Yeah, before he went binging, I wanted to say that I want to replace a couple of pieces of clothing there. Because we're really low on good clothing here. And tattered apparel makes people unhappy. Oh, there could be... I could fit in another hydroponics there. If I really would want to. Now... I need to do that. It makes me crazy if these corners are looking like that. I know that I'm a neat freak when it comes down to that, but can't change it. It's how my brain works. Alrighty, now Bishop hopefully already replaced that one. Yes, he did. Alright. The parka and the pants are also in really horrible condition. So let's see. Well, we really did use all the cloth for that? Okay, whatever. Then we did use all the cloth for that. I'm so sad that Julian died. It took me so much effort to get him to a royal status, towards a royal status, and then he just dies. That was really mean from him to just die on me like that. Alright, winter is closing in, and let's see if my plants are still feeling snuggly and warm in there. So after that cloth batch, I think we have to go get back to food. But we won't be needing that forever. Which is seriously the good news. Let's check out how the hypothermia is kicking in. Well, he's getting to 15% in one hole. Well, that ain't deadly. A transport pod crash. Produska. Well, let's see if we can rescue Produska. I got my doubts, but nevertheless want to try it. It could ensure friendship with the fallen empire, and that is in itself one thing I really want to try. And I mean, food ain't any issue for us anymore, and therefore, why not, you know? Simply why not? Okay then, we got 2 good revolvers inside there, but I don't see a good reason for us to keep these shoddy items. Even, especially if I still got a assault rifle, a charge rifle, and a charge rifle in the bank, you know. I don't want you to smelt that smoke launcher though. My god, good thing that I paid attention. Okay. Because I paid a lot of money for that thing. Oof. Alright, we're going to mine away those things when the winter is over. Now, with the winter, the really difficult time begins again, where we're mostly getting attacked by mechanoids, and that's always the most dangerous time of the year, in my opinion. I want to amp up on more batteries here, just because I feel like that's a very fine thing to do. Hosting allies. So I'm supposed to host 2 Outlanders for 13 days. We would get Norma, a non-violent person. Is that a joke to you guys? So, marine armor would take me a few scraps of uranium. Let's see, for the ship, we will need 40 plus steel, 280 plus steel. So that makes 320 plus steel. That makes 460 plus steel. So good thing that I bought all that plus steel, because we definitely need more than that. Alright. Well, that'll also mean that I will have to either buy more plus steel, or buy these armors. Both things would work for me. So where did that thing go down? Quite in our vicinity. Nice. I'll leave it like that because components are wealth, and I have explained it a couple of episodes before, but let's explain it again. Wealth in this game works like the more money you got, the higher the chance, or the higher the threats that the game's thrown at you. So, as a rule of thumb, if you want to stay safe as much as possible, try to be as poor as possible, and therefore components are quite valuable, and that's why I don't want them to. That's why I don't want them in my base right now. Alright, Ironhead is getting through the plague quite well. He's gaining an immunity advantage on that. And let's select rice plants to grow here. There's yet another slave ship coming by. I don't know how many slave ships I've seen so far in this run, but it's an insane amount. Let's sell away the packaged survival meals while we're at it. And Kelvin, 360 coins. Staggeringly ugly. Well, okay. Panox. That reminds me of something. Doomsday rocket launcher. Actually something I would buy if I had the money, to be quite honest. But what I want to do now is I want to buy as many nutrimines as I can afford from this drop off, and we're going to put up a drug bench there. Where is it at? Drug lab. Simply because we can't easily afford it finally. And at a drug lab, I can roll reefers much faster. And with that help, with the help of that bench, I will be also able to produce panoxycillin, which is also very important for us. So there's mechanoids rolling in. Let's flick the switch and fight them off. But first, let's tend to Ironhead. Alrighty. Now, I'll have to take this fight legit. So as you see here, by locking that corner, the Lancer does not go right here and he does not use the cover the sandbag would offer him. That's really important because otherwise these guys will screw around with your own defenses and use them against you. There we go. Easy victory. Nice. That was really good for us. Mass Driver Incorporated. What a name. Alrighty. So Ironhead is getting over it. Let's see if Produska gets off this map. Well, I think she does. I think it should be enough for her to leave the map before she breaks down. At least I hope so. Oh no. Come on, leave the map, please. I don't want to take care of you one more time. Please, 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 please. Yes! We even got a plus on relations, because magically they survive after that. Yes. She's fine. So, you know what? I want them doors, and I want them there. So why is Ironhead? Ah, because he's developed an immunity now. Great. Alrighty. Ugh. We had a power grid explosion there. During winter, that's really nasty. Because it's instant death for your plants. Also... everything alright here? Yeah, it's looking right. Good. So, while we're at it, let's flick the switch on the smelter and on the machining table. These are things that don't need the power constantly. Just a waste of resources, to be quite honest. Okay, I'm all out of rice now, but I mean, we did focus into cloth production for quite a long time now. But that's just fine. So with that preparation now, there are more mechanoids running in. Okay. So with scythers coming in, I want to equip that charge rifle. Because, you know, charge rifles are higher at armor piercing. Let's see, how's Ironhead's range? Ah, perfect. As if I had measured it out. Well, not quite, but almost. Let's drop the burden spell on these guys right away. I'm afraid they will destroy my turret. Yeah, that was to be expected, sadly. So we're not able to replace that with marble walls right away. These will be granite walls, but since I have a couple of chunks left... Oh, I could have actually replaced it with marble walls. Crazy. Yeah, okay. I'm fine. I'm fine with these results, honestly. We regained a couple of resources. I don't have to restock the barrel of the almost empty mini turret because I happen to remember that it was almost empty. So that's actually... It was the best moment for this turret to die from an attack, if there is a good moment for a turret to die from that attack, because I now get a free barrel refill, basically. Okay, friends, so that's the end of today's episode. I mean, look at that. I'm so happy. I can't put it into different words. I'm really, really happy now. And I hope you guys enjoyed today's ride too. Feel free to drop me a comment down below. As usual, I know I love to hear from you. And leave a thumbs up on that series to make it more visible to the almighty algorithm. And subscribes help this channel a ton. I dish out daily videos. If you like them, just turn on the notifications and you won't miss a thing. And as I mentioned several times before, in the description below you'll find several links to my social media. I do daily streams, and also you'll find links to support me in a financial way as well, because I dish out these videos for free. And if you want to support me even more, I'd be more than grateful, because that enables me to do even more content for you on a regular basis. Whatever your decision might be, I'm happy that you spent your time with that video, as usual, and have a good time, stay safe, and goodbye. Hi there, friends, and welcome to episode 30 of my Sea Ice Challenge series. I'm Icon, and I'm very pleased to see that we actually made it this far. Last few episodes we finally acquired new materials. The area here looks a little bit motley, but beyond that we are now quite powerful. It's still winter upon us, so I have to juggle around with the hypothermia problematics. Ironhead is, well, he's getting past the plague he had. We had a bit of a turret explosion here, that's why folks are repairing here. Sadly, wall repairs take quite a long time, and it's pretty important to manually configure them so they don't go into too severe hypothermia. With minus 91 degree outside, I find it quite hard to find ways to actually survive that cold in a longer time frame. Not even sure if this is that easily possible. Now then. Yeah, I had to carpet this. Such things are driving me nuts. So we're gonna survive another winter, and beyond that I plan on going for the preparations to acquire an AI core. I'll need way more materials than just the AI core. I discovered lately that my plasteel storage is not full enough to maintain, to provide enough materials for the spaceship. Then I have to think about where will I put up the spaceship. So a desperate refugee named Fugly, yeah. Thing is, we're by now at the point where I'm actually feeling able to sustain people. Oh, look at that. There is plasteel, after all. So if this guy is going to try and trader on me, he won't be able to do too much damage with just a knife against two people with assault rifles. And maybe he's going to be grateful for us. And grateful refugees tend to leave cool items for your colony, so could be good for us. could be definitely good for us. Sadly, as usual, there's not too much work here to be done. But luckily, Bishop and Ironhead are by now really proficient with plants. Ironhead is boasting with a plants level of 7 by now. Bishop is at 10, but Bishop is doing this for a long, long time now. Alright, so Fugly will want to stay for 17 days. We got more than enough resources to accommodate him. That's why I was totally okay with that idea. And like I said, sometimes these guys have really tasty rewards afterwards. Or offer to stay within your colony, or yeah. Now, what's your trait, son? Psycho. Alright, the Psycho boy is in town. That's really good. Let's whip up a new butcher job for exclusively Fugly. And that's going to be something I will manage manually. Okay, nice. So this enables me to just go industrial with that. Well, maybe not like that. I need to configure it a little bit more thoroughly, but the good thing about... Oh, seriously? Seriously? They got nothing to do, I tells ya. Oh, I forgot to assign him to cooking. There we go. This would be in itself a good reason to keep this guy, honestly. Because the good news is there's no stacking debuff for Ironhead and Bishop. And for Fugly, there's no debuff whatsoever, so it's a really, really good situation to have a psychopath at last. Actually considering keeping that guy. A psychic drone, well. And as we see here, there's only one debuff that's longer lasting, but that's not really a big issue for us. It provides me a lot of leather to work with, a lot of food to work with, and that's exactly what we need at this point. Very happy about this newcomer here. Okay, so this way we're going to dig through our stockpiles here. And let's see, I don't want to go that heavily into clothes production one more time, but then again, the clothes were really, really powerful once we got there, you know. It's difficult for me to decide on that. For now, I'll just let Fugly help as much as possible. It's a little bit micro heavy to wait until somebody else is digging out the corpse and then drafting them, and you know, could be worse. Could be definitely worse. All right. This is really good for us. Just waiting for the next attack though. So Fugly is not exactly the best shot. I will only allow him to pick up a gun if we're being attacked. So we're going to make some parkas though. Because our friend Fugly is a little bit bad insulated. No, Bishop, you're not doing that anymore. Not when we got that wonderful, helpful psycho here in our midst. Very good. Just haven't decided yet if I try to turn these human meats into packaged survival meals or into chem fuel. Chem fuel is the easier way, but also I don't get that much return. So no. I'm not going to mess around with people with guns if I can avoid that. It's just a simple rule of thumb for me. In this environment, if I can avoid a fight like that, I always will. Alright, there we go. The big harvest is upon us. So let's see, how much yield was that? 336 we got now. Okay. Just want to check out how much surplus production we actually have with 3 people now and that amount of hydroponics. Alright, there we go. Almost 10 corpses processed just in that short time. In 3 days. All right. Now, Ironhead is also crafting cloth items, which is exactly what it was after, honestly. Because we can sell so many things, why shouldn't we? Also, I want a new signal beacon in there. Alright, that's one of the most exciting winters so far. Because there's actually something to do. I guess this whole run would have been a lot easier if I only would have had a cannibal or a psychopath to begin with. Alrighty. But this is working out really good for us. I mean, the only thing I'm really a little bit bothered about is that Fugly's cooking skill is that low, that he's yielding quite low returns from his work. But, you know, that's not the worst thing on earth. Considering that we already would be all mental if that would have been done by our folks themselves. I'm taking that downgrade. Meanwhile, we're creating some new clothing. I just hope that Fugly will be just wearing a cloth parka. There we go. Yeah, minus 45. That's better. Inspired taming. Wow, that's so valuable out here. If I only would meet a Thrumbo now. Alright. So probably with the next harvest I'll be starting to process some of that meat into packaged survival meals. Because I'm not sure, but somehow I believe that the survival meals are worth more, but hard to tell. Oh, cargo pods. Chocolate. Okay. Nice. Also a tad bit dangerous, but... Yo, Ironhead, no. This is for psychos only. Alright, we researched a uranium slug turd. Nice. Not that I really need that stuff, but... Pulse-charged ammunitions. Yeah, well, why not? Okay, next harvest is happening. Just wanted that parka on Fugly because if we have to fight, it would be really bothering me if he would be not insulated well enough to withstand a single fight, you know? That would be really, really horrible for me. Okay. Please finish your work, man. Don't like that uneven growth. There's already a lot happening, 36%. Anywho, you know what? We're going to do something here anyways. Ooh, Bishop is that in such a bad mood? Okay. I wonder why. Well, the cold weather must be bothering him a lot. Felix's Forsaken Drifters. Well, I won't be taking in so many people, chocolate or not. Food Binge, Ironhead, okay. Just noticed that there was an unfinished component that was in the making by Julian. It's probably not gonna happen that quick again. Well, I'll let Ironhead binge on the food, because, you know, food is our least problem right now. Most surprisingly, but actually it is. So we're gonna reduce the parka bill down to 1 and get back to the prestige ropes. They were yielding quite good results back then. Very good, very good. So we're power-mongering through the winter now. Fugly is a insanely powerful asset for the colony. Meanwhile, we're losing parts of our food stocks to Ironhead, but the good news about this, it is a 3-day catharsis, which I bought for some food. And since I just had a large stockpile of chocolate falling from the sky, I don't mind whatsoever, you know. We got so much extra food out of that event. It's totally fine for me. Speaking about totally fine, it would be totally fine if we start hauling these chunks. Let's see. These poor guys are rotting slowly. Wasn't there some steel somewhere in the water? Yes. Okay. Since Fugly now has a proper insulation item, I don't mind him hauling anymore. I just want to monitor these actions a bit, but yeah, they're good. They're fine. It's just like steel slack is that important and strong for our survival. Alright, did we finish that parka? Yes, we did. Good. Really curious to see what kind of trader will happen next, but for now I want to dig out all these corpses. Let's do some more chem fuels. And there's the mech hive attacking. Alrighty, so I think I still got a charged rifle equipped here. No, Ironhead. You're not the one. So while we're at it, alright, Fugly might not be a good shot in general, but he's still the best shot I got. Alright, but with those defenses I put up in between, fighting is a lot less dangerous compared to way back when. So I need to change my barricades here. We're a little bit too far behind to actually... It has to be here. Like that. Because I want to be able to shoot back with charge rifles, because charge ammunitions are exactly available for this kind of encounter. And it's a shame if my weapons here are not hitting because the sandbags are just sitting on a wrong spot. Alright. But that only means we finally got something to do again with our building potential. It's not like we're bad at building or something like that. So turrets will wander a little bit more up front because I definitely want to be outside the explosion radius if something blows up on me. But under these circumstances, these attacks grow less and less scary, and I'm quite happy about that. Alright. We're going super productive today. Like that. Really, really like that. Major break risk on Fogly. How so? I see. That's why. Yeah, hypothermia is still an issue, but the winter is almost over, so we're in a good way. Alright, we're getting there. I got really, really high amounts of leather here. Wow, that's a lot. Oh, Fogly needs to re-equip the knife. You know, it's a code of conduct thing that I don't allow people like Fogly to have heavy weapons. He's not one of us yet, so I'm really scared if somebody would go treason on me and then have a assault rifle. Or I just forget the day he's leaving us and he just takes that away as a parting gift. Also not too cool. Alright. Yeah, we're definitely on our way of going industrial here. Wind is a little bit bad though. Please? Okay. Batteries are charging again. We almost have hauled all the slag chunks inside. Wonderful. With some luck across the years, I should be able to just build my spaceship out of the plasteel of plundered mechanoids. But talking about spaceships, so I think this will be this will suffice. I want an enclosed area for where we're going to build the spaceship. Very important for me. Also, did I already allow this room for mortar shells? I want some mortars and shells just in case that these freaks will one day start sieging me. You never know. But when they do, I want to be ready. Well. Oh, I can't put it down there. I made this passage here too narrow. I don't want to cram in a mortar there. Or, well, wait. I could put the mortar up there. Yeah, that'll be okay. I mean, this will need, again, new doors, but, well... Materials are meant to be used, aren't they? Speaking about which... Let's turn off the tables we don't need every day. Alright, let's do this until we have 10 shells. And spring is upon us. Nice. Fugly is on major break risk. How is the quest of his going? He's 7 more days with us. Just realized that I want to process as many graves as possible before this helpful guy is not among us anymore. Oh, he's actually on ambrosia withdrawal here with us. Yikes, didn't know that. The big building project is making folks run hypothermic a bit more, but yeah, that's how quick it can go. No, we're not gonna. That's not really enough to even spend herbal medicine on. Okay. Oh. Let's keep going. And the potatoes should be ready soon. Nice. I want to try and open up as many graves as possible while Fugly is among us. Just because it's such a great opportunity for us to stockpile on these materials. Bishop is dazed. Yeah, that can happen. But it won't be anything killing him, I hope. Alright, let's send Ironhead to burn a few things at the smelter. Because there's just too much clothing lying around here. Major break risks happening. A transport pod crash. Well, no. Except for Spud being non-violent. I almost was saying like she's a psychopath, and then I saw that non-violent tag, and then I was, oh man, too bad. Alright, Bishop, you are inside a safe zone. Good. There's a ton of potatoes to be harvested, but I want my folks to be somewhat rested when they do. And we're going to swap over to rice production one more time. Let's see, how many potatoes were that? 460. Still wonder if it's actually any benefit or not. But as far as I remember, it was like, yeah. Due to the fact that potatoes are almost not fertility sensitive, like 40% versus 100%, it's not really worth the deal. Because a hydroponics basin has 280% fertility, which means it does buff up the growing speed of rice way more than it does buff up the speed of potatoes. So, long story short, rice grows even faster in hydroponics. And now we're going to do a forever recipe, because we're just using the potatoes as a forever option. That's why I wanted to have potatoes in the first place. Possibly should go for berries. They have a 100% fertility sensitivity too. Probably gonna work better with those. Bishop hasn't snapped out yet, sadly. We're very high on materials right now. Betrayal! Alright, buddy. Good thing that I had you working that hard, man. Almost not worth the bullets he'll cost us, but... So... Let's see. I don't want anybody who's incapable of medical skills out here. So I'll just let him freeze to death. Serves him right. I think that's a... Oh, wait a sec. But give me back my... Give me back my poker, you. Give me back my parka, man. So we have to do it ourselves, all by ourselves again. Too bad. But you see here, Bishop is now happily cooking away these potatoes, so... Gonna try it again with berries the next time. Can't say that Fugly wasn't worth the effort, though. Sadly, the other refugee quest is already past me. But that's not really that much of an issue. Okay, we have made almost all the preparations to stage the spaceship core. So, let's see. I'm not featuring any uranium, but uranium, if I remember correctly, was available to be mined up here. But I want to wait for a little bit less harsh temperatures, or do I need to? No, we're good. We're actually quite good. I'm just considering to bring up some new clothing for Bishop. His clothing is really worn by now. Let's see, no, hypothermia ain't an issue right now, so we're good to go. I want to store uranium outside here too, though. Simply because reasons. So we're going to do the mining of these two chunks now. That extra plus steel will come in handy too. Are you kidding me? That stuff ain't ripe yet? Ah, come on. I find that hard to believe. Let me guess, it's, yeah, 95%. Something like that, I assumed. Alright, now let's start storing other materials inside here too. Like the human leather. There we go. And this way I can utilize different storage areas now. Probably gonna store all the clothing inside there too, why not? But only the non-tainted items go in there. There we go. In the long run, this will bring me so much organization back. Look at that. All the survival meals. Alright, so let's whip up a pair of pants. Exclusively cloth, please. Yeah, folks are a little bit tense right now, but there's also a load of work to do. I gave them really many work orders and, well, we're not even hauling things here right now. Let's issue some of that manually. And the next turn goes to Bishop. Although I think now that he's done with his cookery, he'll be not spending that much time anymore there. Here we go. Let's just hope he's going to wear those pants. But no, doesn't seem he wants to. Strange. Alright, but we're also working down the crafting builds here. That's good. That's very good. Alrighty, friends, so this was a quite industrious episode, and, well, while I wasn't able to process all the graves there, but we really made a nice step forward here. I also got shells now. I'm really happy with that. We are on a good spot. Like, when I remember that we almost started with nothing, and now we got this, it makes me feel good, man. So, I'm really lacking just one piece of wall here. Alright. There we go. So, alright. Speedy salvation. A prisoner being held by... well, no. Okay, friends, so drop me a comment down below. As you know, I really like to hear from you, and if there are any questions or comments, I'm always eager to answer and to listen to you. And apart from that, leave a thumbs up on that episode if you liked what you saw. It really helps a ton to make it more visible to everybody. And as usual, subscriptions help my channel a lot to grow. If you like my kind of content, I do daily videos. Just slap on that notification bell and you won't miss any things in the future. Beyond that, you'll also find links in the description below for my social media things and also ways to support me financially, because, you know, I'm doing this all for free and I need your support to stay afloat, because I need such silly things like paying rent and food. But that's just things I can't avoid. Enough of that. Have a nice day, friends, and stay safe and come back soon. Bye-bye. Good day, everybody, and welcome to episode 31 of the Sea Ice Challenge. I'm Icon, and the winter is finally over, and we're in the midst of spring. It doesn't look like it because it's night. Last episode we had our good friend Fugly stopping by for a little treachery. Well, he was a refugee who actually decided to go treacherous on us in the end. Well, it didn't go out well for him. But good thing about Fugly was he was also a psychopath, or she, I don't even know anymore. And therefore we were even able to plunder vast amounts of materials for our colony. I also acquired a mortar. Well, not acquired, I built myself one. And alongside with that, I also decided to build myself a few shells, just in case that the future attacks will result in sieges. That's absolutely possible and has happened to me several times in the past, so I'm rather safe than sorry in that department. I also started to use this storage area now for leathers and clothing as well, which is, well, not ideal, but also not too bad. So, well, no, rip. A combat supplier ship is passing by. Let's see what Hilda Corporation has in store for us. First off, let's sell off the packaged survival meals here, because we don't need to stockpile these at all. And let's see. I'm even able to sell off that slate club. Amazing. So, well, I would like to buy myself something like a marine armor or such, but we're way away from that. A shield belt sounds tempting, but 220 silver sound even more tempting to me. So we're actually all ready, set and go. Ready and set to go. I will buy a few components here though, because well, no, I'm not. This is kind of a waste of money. Okay. So, mostly money, but that's okay. And my rice plants are blighted. What a shame. But honestly, it's not that much of an issue. We are well stacked with food. Let's sow out that area again. I mean, 440 rice are available right now. It's totally fine. Okay, So I also marked up these chunks up here for mining. Oh dear, I have to heighten the priority accordingly. And well, let's see what happens out of that. Oh, I want Ironhead to be on the assault rifle again, because I had used the charged rifle for a couple of days. Ooh, there's a lot of people just desiccating there. Alright. Luckily, Ironhead is a fast learner. Otherwise, things would be really a lot more annoying here. But the combination of being passionate about the topic and a fast learner will be quite good for him. But it'll take a while until we have mined out that uranium. I also brought up this area here, which will be our staging area for the spaceship, because we're really going for it. I didn't think that I could, but we will. The biggest issue will still be the question how to acquire that AI core, but, well, one thing at a time. Alright. It's Mechanoid time again. So let's equip one charge rifle for that reason. Because charge rifles are actually always the better choice against mechanoids, due to the fact that mechanoids are quite heavily armored. And here, 40% sharp armor. And the charged rifle has a pretty decent armor penetration. If you compare that to the assault rifle, it's almost double. Also, the charged rifle features more damage per shot, making it in every aspect the more solid choice. So we're up against two scythers here. Well, I don't like that at all. Let's psycast these things as much as we can. But I'm pretty sure this will result in at least one downed turret. Yeah, just like I thought. So let's just hope it's gonna be only one turret. These things are friggin' costly. Stop it! Alright, at least we only lost one turret. Could have been worse. Okay. Well, scythers are among the more dangerous mechanoids here, because they, unlike the ranged mechanoids, they have a guarantee to deal damage if they get close to their target. Ranged mechanoids have kind of like a chance of messing it up to deal damage, if that makes sense somehow. Alrighty. If I ever grow that rich, I'm actually considering to use the... Oh, laborer outsourcing. Yeah, sure. Because I got so many. So we can leave one colonist for 10 days. No. I'm not gonna stay outside here all alone. That sounds rather foolish to me. Alright, as soon as I have something like 600 or 700 units of rice available, I will head over and produce different plants again. But in that... oh, we're already at 600. Whoops. Let's go for one more harvest. I love to have a huge stockpile of foods, because it gives me a feeling of safety, you know. Alright, we're butchering down that poor sod. Why not? As long as we can afford it for our with our mood, it's no problem. Okay, we're solar flaring here. It's exactly the reasons why I want to have a certain stockpile. My folks are not even freezing anymore, but man, psychic drone, solar flare. All we need would be a raid, but we already got raided, so. Alright, Ironhead is dazed now, but as far as I remember, his insulation was good enough to... He can just do so. Doesn't matter for us too much. Yeah, that pile of corpses here is influencing him a little bit, so... You know what? We're going to take care of that. Let's clear this mess out. So poor old Ironhead doesn't have to be worried about this anymore. There we go. Probably should have done that a way earlier. Keep underestimating the impact of such things. But well, it'll bring him some catharsis, so I don't mind. Let's just see. There was a pile of bodies down there, but they're already mostly deteriorated, so I'll just sit it out here too. Dazed or not, Ironhead has come back to senses and went back into his bed. That's good. I'm really happy that I got these two guys together, because I feel like they are a really awesome team together. Only the too smart trait on Ironhead is... well... it's quite difficult for us, because it is absolutely noticeable that he has a lot more mental breakdowns than anybody else. But at the same time, it's just what we need. Why can't Bishop just Tailor there? Okay, interesting. I hate it when they do that. No, not mining. I want you to hold that stuff. You know, they could at least carry that stuff back home while they're at it. But the average Rimworlder is not that smart. So, is Bishop's crafting not high enough for prestige ropes, or is it really just blocking him that there's something on the table there? Amazing. Yeah, it is. It's exactly that. Alright, so Bishop now finally decided to go for the cloth pants. And we also need a new parka. Wasn't there a cloth parka? Oh, alright, the blue fur parka is still a lot better. Even with the 44% durability left. Alright. I don't want to weaken his insulation for Nod. Alright, mining 4. Like I said, Ironhead is a insanely fast learner, and therefore we're making progress really quickly. Okay, so we're going to get started here for real. How about starting out with a structural beam? There's nothing wrong with starting out with a structural beam. Do I have enough steel to do so? 274. Oh, no. Okay, we need to grind up money again. Because, seriously, I don't dare to spend 200 steel under these circumstances. Sounds really foolish to me. Alright, the food clock is at 700, but I really don't want to risk myself like that. The solar flare ate up my my resources there, so we're going to make parkas here too, and to make it clear, the parkas are going to be Bishop's job. So can he now tailor? Yes, he can. Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure that this is no longer in my way, because that's just stupid if it is. Alright, but I do want that thing to be finished for real. I mean, there's still a slight chance of us meeting a trader which we want to meet. Also, I want to embrace the chance of a AI core happening from a exotic goods trader. It's not entirely impossible, although unlikely. But I'm absolutely convinced that we're not able during this season to go towards harvesting AI ship core. I feel like I really would need to have at least a third person for that job, because right now I wanted to have 3 colonists for real, but well, it didn't work out in the long run, sadly. Alright, since we're right now only meddling around with these things, I'm going to fast forward to the next event. Now, we have a really interesting incident here happening, and that's the thrombos. I feel like we are no longer too weak to take down a thrombo, but I feel like I'm too weak to take down 2 thrombos, so here's the difficult question for me. Am I daring to take that fight or not? But I am absolutely willing to give it a try, honestly, because I feel like the resources I could gain from a thrombo are just insane. And due to the fact that I got good weapons and a fortification to hide behind, I'm pretty sure we should be able to take down at least one of these guys. So let's send Bishop in. Alrighty, so there we go. The other thrombo is not influenced by that situation, and that was really, really important for me. And here we go. Trying to pelt that thing with as many psycasts as possible. Yeah, this will go well. Bishop is sadly on too much neural heat, but I can't imagine that this will actually go against us. So the thrombo is now way slower than my folks. So we're actually able to just gun it down. Nice. Like, those resources we'll gain from that are just insane. I'm not quite willing to try it one another time, but probably I should, honestly. The thing is, Thrumble Fur is like the best stuff we could wish for. Visitors. Alright. But first, let us take care that all our needs are sufficiently fulfilled. Okay. Let's go for another round. Pretty sure this will be not really a problem. I'll keep open that door. Alright, we even managed to get one salvo in without retaliation. I think I'm going to send Ironhead though, because Bishop is just way too slow in terms of movement. And here goes the burden. Just want to start dealing damage on this guy before we're actually in trouble. So the Thrumbo is super slowed, but the Psychic Burden will run out in a few seconds, so a couple of seconds, yes, but then let's run. Alright, we win that easily. We win that easily. So let's give it another stun to make sure that we can just fight back. This bad boy should be down soon. Yeah, there we go! Nice! So that stuff will get us really far ahead. Now we have a new resupply of really valuable and powerful clothing. That's what was really on my mind at that point. So, jump pack tech print, no thanks. Beyond that, are they even featuring anything we want? Well, money obviously, but Well, no, not really. From what faction are they? The Jabium Union. Is that... Oh, yeah. I know what I'm going to be using them for. Haha. Take my gifts. Here we go. Take all of the gifts. Alright. 20 plus 22. We're slowly getting to the point where they are friends enough to us that they will be allied with us. So let's keep going that way. Let's keep going that way. It'll take us quite some time until we get there, but at the same moment I feel like it's just brilliant to go for it. I could have gifted them the Thrumble Horns, but well, never mind. Okay, now Parka. Where is it? Thrumble for 2 of them. Yes, please. Alrighty. That should help us a ton now. Also, the extra meat from the Thrumbos was super useful for us as well. It kind of like felt riskier than it actually was. I'm going to remember myself the next time I got that a person with stun and burden is just whipping that thing away. Paid Psychic Droner. Well, no thanks. Exotic Goods Trader. Alright, now let's see what they got. Bionics? Look at that, a bionic leg. Tempted. Actually quite tempted, but no. No. We're going to sell away what? There's really not much I can sell to these guys, sadly. But we're just going to transform that stuff into plus steel, I'd say. 100 units extra, not bad. But beyond that, oh wait a sec, we're going to buy ourselves as many advanced components as I can buy. That's actually a good idea. Let's sell away a little bit of that chocolate for that, because honestly, chocolate is nice and everything, but we don't really need that. Here we go, perfect. Because we're going to need that many components just for the spaceship. It's going to be very, very important. Alright. But apart from that, we'll also need a vast amount of steel, and I'm sadly far, far away from being able to get that steel in. Let's make it like that. There's just so much blood out there. The Thrumble Horns are also quite nice. They are insanely strong weapons and extremely good as a trading material. Okay, so Bishop is now... Holy moly! Yeah! Minus 78. Can we do Tukes out of that? I'm afraid no, but I wanted to try. No. Sadly not. We're gonna replace the button-down shirt there, though. Cool. Really, really cool. Paid Psychic Droner. No, we didn't want to go that way. Okay, nice. So these will help us a lot in our attempts of acquiring a AI core in the near future, because, you know, we got to go somewhere to acquire that AI core, but I have made the plan that I will delay that as long as possible, basically, because it doesn't seem too urgent to get on it, if you get my idea. And maybe I'll be lucky and receive a AI core for free from somewhere else. I know it's a little bit of a high hope, but, you know, Still feel like I want to try it. Okay, now I don't want that. There we go. Meanwhile, we're really busy chopping away that uranium. But the good news is the Ironhead's mining is climbing super fast. So they're actually drop potting on us. Oh dear. Did anybody drop pot into the base? Didn't seem so. Oh yeah, there's one guy. Dang. Alright, that's really annoying. So Ironhead is quite far away from that scenery. Alright, headshot. It's a good start. Oh, lost my turret there. But alright, that guy on the inside is downed. Wow, that's a really annoying scenario, to be quite honest. Alright, they're fleeing, but we lost 2 turrets here. And that's really bothering me. Alright, but I did take down all of them, so 50 steel we got back, so we're only minus 100 steel out of that incident. Still quite annoying to begin with, but at least nobody got wounded, nobody got killed. It could have been worse. So we're going to replace that with slate. Alright. Probably should consider raising that one here and building the wall a little bit wide, the hallway a little bit wider than that, to avoid situations like that in the future. Could be quite helpful. So we also will smelt away bolt action rifles. Alright, good. That's what I want to make sure that we do. Okay, now just happy that these punks didn't tear down anything super important here in our base. Let's clean up. Repair up. And most importantly, tailor up. I want that button down shirt. Alrighty. Wow, okay, that was quite brutal. The fight itself was super harmless. These guys didn't really put up a big fight, but nevertheless, the fact that Ironhead was out there mining was really bothering me a lot. Anywho, we should be able to get past these losses. So 1,000 rice are being more than enough. Let's try and give those strawberries a chance. Let's see if they will make a good growing speed. Alright, repairing the walls feels to me like more important than it looks like, because these walls are hard to replace. Every bit of stone is valuable here, so I'll rather let them repair that right away. Especially since these two guys are really good at constructing. But they don't really like each other, that's amazing. After all they've been through, they're still not liking each other. Wow. It's honestly surprising me a bit. But okay. Could have been worse. That's why I like these turrets. They take down enemies for the cost of steel. Although, well, we do need that steel to build the spaceship. But I'd say it will take us a couple of years until we are actually able to build that spaceship, I'm afraid. We're still quite far away from being able to do so. So we had a discharge here. Well, good thing that the wind was good and somebody was there to quench the fire right away. Cool. Alright, let's refine a bit before we tailor away. Okay, batteries are slowly recharging, that's good. I'm very happy that Ironhead is now learning mining at a decent level, into a decent level with this meteorite up here. Do we have enough components? Not really, so let's change that. And haul these components, please, my friend. There we go. I just saved that chunk until my component count was low enough to bother myself with that. Alright, destroy all the clothes. And then I want to smelt down a couple of these weapons these guys brought. Probably, well, right now it's looking like it's not even the worst of deals, because we're already at 257. 30 of these units of steel were the ship chunk. Yeah, we're actually rolling quite even with that event. There's still that bio-coated gun. There we go. Nice. Awesome. We even made a slight plus. Alright, let's clear out that area here and outro during that. Friends, I am so grateful for your time and thanks for watching yet again. It's been my pleasure. We're slowly making progress to get off that ice ball here. It's taking some time, I know, but considering that this is kind of like the most poor biome a person could imagine, I feel like we're holding out just fine. So we're now at the cool spot where we got uranium and plus steel in amounts that I'm feeling confident with it. We also have tons of leather to work with, tons of food to work with. So overall, it's all really good. All we need now is another person to share the wealth with, but we're going to get there. So drop me a comment down below. I'd be more than happy to know your thoughts, so feel free to. Also, leave a like for that video if you liked that series. It helps a ton to make the series more visible all over the board. And like I keep mentioning, subscriptions help my channel a lot, and if you haven't done so already, consider it. I do daily videos, so if you like my work, just slap on those notifications and you won't miss any future episodes. In the description down below, you'll also find my social media links, Twitter, Twitch. I do daily Twitch streams, by the way, too. And alongside with that, also ways to financially support me, because I will always keep doing my work for free, don't you worry. I will never, ever lock anything behind paywalls or such. But sadly, I still need money to do a living, and the ad revenues don't cut it yet. So if you feel like being generous to this content creator, I would be really, really grateful. But if you don't, I sure won't mind, and I'm absolutely happy that you're staying around here and spending your time with me. That's the most important part. Okay, enough of the AdWords. I hope you had a good time. Stay safe and see you soon. Bye-bye. Hi there, friends. Welcome back to my Sea Ice Challenge. I'm Icon, and this is going to be episode 32 of our struggle to get off this planet. Well, let's see how good we'll be today. We're mining out the plasteel meteorite today, which is something I was really looking forward to. Our friend Ironhead here is pretty good at mining by now. He started out with a meager 1 or 2, but he's a fast learner, being too smart, that is, and he's even passionate about it, so things are quite good here. Beyond that, we're now also owning a nice set of Thrumbo fur clothing, because, you know, très chic. And let's see what happens today. I'm really, again, at that point where I have to wait for other things to happen, because I can't do much there. So, Outlanders will attack the crashed shuttle site. Yes, please. So, what can we get? Advanced components or goodwill? I think it's time to consider the goodwill as the most valuable resource we can get. It's summer. We should definitely try and take that fight, because there's just too much to gain in that scenario. So let's see, Bishop and Ironhead are not sated. And now we're going to send Bishop up there already and wait until Ironhead has finished his fine meal. Oh, against Outlanders, I don't want to wield a charge rifle though. Let's see, is there anything I could boost his mood with, but, well, don't want to smoke reefers. Flake, yeah, that's definitely a mood booster, but I don't want to risk the addiction behind that. Alright, so we're now sitting here and waiting. Waiting for our enemies to arrive. I'm going to walk down here in the vicinity of this Mossbar guy, because he's the one that needs to survive, and besides that, this is a nice place to stand next to, getting cover and all. Alright. Let's make sure that the people with the melee weapons are being slowed, and probably toss a stun on that guy with the Molotov cocktails there. Probably want to take that down too. Alright, they're already fleeing, and I want to fight that fire immediately. That fire is hurting my resources, you know. Ironhead, please help. Cancelled, fight fire. If I only knew why. Okay, well, we didn't lose all the resources, that's quite good. And let's see, there's a machine pistol, there's a knife, and the leftovers of the shuttle rack. Nice. Alright. And we received some goodwill from these guys, which is the actually most important thing. I'll just let these... no, I'm not gonna let the mollies rot. Just decided that they are worth too much to let them just die outside. Okay, well, Bishop is a little bit tired, but I want those berries. Well, seems like we're more than good with food here right now. Okay, Ironhead goes butchering. Well, let's bury that guy first. We don't really need it that much, you know. And butchering puts him under such stress that I don't really want him to suffer through all that. Okay, let's hold these Thrumbo horns so we can sell them at some point in the near future too. And let's bury that guy too. Like I said, I don't need to butcher them now that desperately, and I want to save Ironhead's moral for the near future. There we go. Components, steel and plasteel. Good stuff. Some packaged survival meals, which aren't gross. It's also a step forward. Okay. So it turns out that we're quite stacked when it comes down to food now. Let's haul that stuff inside. Let Bishop have a nice meal in between, and hauling you go. I really noticed that I could use a third pair of hands here. Slowly we're developing enough work that a third colonist would be actually a thing I would like to have. Nice. Okay. So we gained 300 berries out of one harvest. Well, they're also growing rather fast, so that's also a thing which we could do. Let's just enable berries for that purpose too. Because I got 1k rice right now, I got so much thrumbo meat, and there's a solar flare. Dang it. Alright. Meanwhile, we're chopping away on that thing here. Compacted plasteel is monstrously hard to mine, but at the same time, I feel like it's a really good training for Ironhead, so... There we go. Solar flare is over, and then we can put those berries back down. I just noticed that by now it's quite a chore to serve on the hydroponics now. That's something good, actually. Quest failed. Oh yeah, they wanted me to salvage to save somebody outside there. Well, no. Let's just nope on that. Alright. I wonder what the next trader will be. Really looking forward to that. Let's see, is there... Ooh, there's a snow bunny. But I'm really going to let this one live. Believe it or not. We're so stacked with all manner of different items. I don't need that this much. But I do want the gear, which is lying outside there. This is steel, which is actually deteriorating. The food, well, I don't really care about the food. If it goes bad, it goes bad. If it's not going bad, it's not going bad. I don't care. At this point, I really don't care anymore. Food is just... Well, those packaged survival meals, I know that I could sell them, but... We're cooking them by ourselves right now. A shaman merchant. Oh my god. That's among the most useless picks we could get. Well, Arctic wolves and polar bears. Well, okay. I'll take that back. Let's see, is there anything I want to sell? The flake for sure. I don't want flake in my colony. Can be target of mental breakdowns in a way that I don't approve. So we're only gathering a couple of 100 silver out of that deal. That's okay. Still waiting for a nice and juicy bulk goods trader, but can't really demand that. Still very confused about the fact that these caravans are always leaving because of bad temperatures. Oh, look at that. There's a local bunny going crazy. I just wanted to say I'm rather hunted myself, but... Whatever. It's not really that important. And there's the fall time on us again. Royal Tribute Collector. Well, that made me wonder. Am I able to gift these guys something to raise the goodwill? Yes. Yes, we can. But we can only gift them gold? Dang it. Oh no. Oh man, so sad. We could only use the gold here to gain honor, but I'm not that interested in honor at this point. I want to grind up the goodwill as much as possible because that will give us some freedom in a way that we're going to be able to summon the traders we want. Because with a with enough goodwill, I don't know if it's vanilla. I hope it's implemented in vanilla too. You can decide which kind of trader event is spawning on you. So this should give us some more flexibility here. Meanwhile, we're enjoying fine meals and tailoring new robes. There's really not much to do here these days, but, well, I'm not unhappy whatsoever. We're racking up plasteel in really nice amounts, but sadly the steel is not... There's not enough steel yet to start building the spaceship. I don't really feel safe with that. A pack of man-hunting Arctic wolves. Okay. I should really consider building doors in here, now that I think about it. Do it now. There we go. And stop roofing that. Wait a sec, we're only going to ignore the roofs back here. That's good. It's just very important that we're actually sealing ourselves off at this point. Just noticed that if I would have done it without those doors, the turrets would fire at the manhunters, and that would be such a waste. Good thing that bishop was quick enough to close the gap. And I decided to roof this area here because it is a drawback for our enemies. They have to walk through darkness, and that makes them somewhat slower and lets them hit worse. So definitely a thing I want to do. I left that corner here open first off for the mortar, but also of course to avoid the darkness debuff for my own folks. There we go. So that's been another 300 berries. Nice. We're processing that meat that way. I'm really happy about that, because the packaged survival meals will sell for a nice penny. Now the only thing we're lacking is a pack of enemies that get attacked by those wolves. And that's the only thing I need for my evil happiness. I always love it when Manhunter packs converge with raids. It's just something that makes me very, very happy deep down inside. Alright. Are we seriously only owning 130 uranium? Ah, no, we never hauled the rest back home. I see. That's how it went down. Alright, one thing I had in mind though, I want to create myself an electric Tailor bench. And yeah, I'm going to take the effort. Yeah. So... because this was still a hand tailoring bench, and I feel like we're way past that. And if you replace them like that, even the builds get copied. I like that feature. I think it's part of the replace stuff mod though. One thing that's really making me nervous here, just realized that. Do this something like that. Seeing the chem fuel right next to the batteries where we sometimes have electrical discharges is making me really nervous. Oh, a bulk goods trader ship. For a moment I was like, come on, again the bulk goods trader. We're being manhunted. Okay, nice. I'm happy, not unhappy. Wooland traders. Okay, let's see what they got for us. Chicken eggs, but the most important thing is the steel. I hope I got enough money to buy all the steel they got, because it's not looking good. It's the first time since a long time that I got the feeling like they're coming too early. Can you believe that? Now I'm muttering about the trader being too early. What kind of person, am I? Just kidding. I think we're good to go here. I just don't want to buy anything except for the steel there, because right now that's the one material I need the most. And I'd say we're just gonna add some funky leathers on top of that. There we go. So let's see, is there anything else that I really want to have? Doesn't look like there is. Okay. Oh, look at that! The delivery went even into the right area. Okay, so we're going to place down our first structural beam. Yes! We're starting it. This is making me very, very happy, do you know that? Alright. We're gonna need a boatload of materials to make this happen, but we're at a good start now. There we go. So, what do we need? We need at least one cryptosleep casket, but we need two because we're taking Ironhead with us. We need 3 ship engines. Okay. So let's start working at the with the engines. 6 advanced components each. Dang it, that's costly. So we're going to make it like that, I guess. Oh, that's looking bad. But well, the vanilla spaceship is always looking crappy, so I shouldn't try too hard here. Okay, so that means we're going to flick on the bench and start crafting. Alright. I'd say we're going to build one of these engines and then I'll check out how hard we're behind or how hard our materials have been spent. Okay, so now we do that, and now I'll just leave those doors open regularly, so this way raiders will find this as an open entrance to attack us, and if there are manhunter packs, we're just going to shut down slam the doors shut. Dang it, sometimes words are a difficult thing to use. Now, we will spend a lot of our materials on that, but that's totally okay for me. At least we're making serious progress towards our escape now, which feels extremely good. After all that stagnation for such a long time, we're really now starting to build that spaceship. I mean, it will be a horrible task. No sugarcoating here. I mean, we will need that many resources. It's going to be quite strainful, but let's see. This will be a quite fulfilling thing to finish, though. One day when we're away from this planet. Okay. So I don't think I want to build more of these ship parts right now. I mean, I do have really more than enough steel to work with, but at the same time I got the massive urge to conserve my steel. Why? Haha, time to hunt. There's only 3 of them. Nice. Like, seriously. Life is starting to be much better here. Should be able to take them down without any problem. That should be not an issue at all. Without the Psycast, I would be a little bit more nervous about that task, but since I got a Psycaster with stun and burden, I don't really feel concerned about that. Alright, let's haul those big boys. And let's finish the harvest here. Now, well, this will open up even more opportunities for me to cook more and more survival meals, because we don't need to create more rice right now. We just got a massive delivery of free meat again, so really good. Oh well, we will need some rice to mix it with the meat again at some point, but let's just make sure that this job is solely done with human leather, because I don't want to waste my precious high quality leathers on weird jobs that are only meant to fill my purse, because basically it's like that. Oh, you Tailor. All these products here out of these leathers are meant for sales, and blue fur is actually a really good material for insulation purposes. And well, we might right now own nice thrombo fur gear. I mean, we're actually well enough insulated for outside missions. I think if I would equip Ironhead with a decent pair of pants and a shirt, they both should be able to go out in the winter without hypothermia anymore. I mean, wow. I didn't expect to reach that point, honestly. I always expected us to be unable to get outside, ever. Okay, nice. I'm already considering putting up a poker table. Probably gonna do that. We've got some cloth. Do we also have the necessary stones to do so? The amazing building. Well, not quite. No, I don't. The first ship engine! Well, makes me happy to see that we're getting there. Alright, we need to... I want these jobs on Ironhead. I need to spread their workforce a little bit. Bishop is supposed to earn money. I really need more money. It's nice that we're cooking that many packaged survival meals, but the robes are among the most profitable things that we can create. So I want more of those, especially since I got that much leather left over. What's Ironhead doing? Chopping up steel. So I want to do a little bit of a calculation in a sec. Do I already have enough plasteel for that whole business or not? Do we need plasteel for the advanced components? Yes. So each advanced component is 10 plasteel. Okay. So we need 200, 400 plasteel. I got 500. Okay. It's looking not good. I think we need way more than that. The reactor will need 280 plasteel. Ship computer core is at least needing no plasteel. Well, that's not true. It needs 40 for the components. Another 30 per casket. And 60 for the sensor cluster. Okay. So I'm definitely gonna buy those plasteel chunks as often as possible, because we're definitely needing that. Alrighty, so meanwhile I think I'm going to micro Bishop now a little bit to make sure that he's going to utilize his work time as good as possible. Meanwhile, this is ready. Alright, Rice is slowly depleting, but really, really slowly. Okay. Starting to use Ironhead more and more for these jobs because he's just learning a lot faster than Bishop. And also, well, I want Bishop to have as much time as possible to Tailor. Well, we can't do this as a forever job now, because we have defined it as something which is only made exclusively out of human leather, so he can go crazy on that. Now, the big question remains for me is, do I create a poker table out of wood or not? Oh, there's the doorbell. I need to see that. Alright, back after this little break. So, what I do need now are tremendous amounts of resources, basically. Oh, I do have an idea. Haha. We're going to make ourselves a nice, fancy, green poker table. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to place it down here for now. It has... No, it does not have to move at all. Nice. So finally we're going to see some good use for the jade. It's also a massive project needing a lot of work units, but in the end, it's going to be fine. Meanwhile, Ironhead is crafting those advanced components for us. And we're seeing some nice progress. So, I'm going to skip ahead until the next event happens. And, of course, the winter draws near, and the mech hive is attacking us. And this time, it's a really massive force attacking us. We're up against 5 mechanoids, which is, in my opinion, a really, really massive amount. I am not really considering the usage of EMP ammunitions at this point, because we only have 2 shooters, and this would gimp me too hard. The Scyther among them is the frontliner, so I see a decent chance of being able to take him down before the pikemen are actually approaching. But what I do want to do is to slow down that thing as much as possible. Ideally, I'd like to stun him as much as possible and take it down before that happens. But sadly, we have to say goodbye to one of our prized turrets. Come on, die already. Wow. Okay, at least that went down good. Now, this fight is far from being over, and there's still a lot of pressure on us, especially with that amount of pikemen on us. They're not shooting exclusively on our turrets anymore, but luckily pikemen are not featuring such extremely devastating weapons which are bound to one-shot people, so I am feeling a lot safer this time. It's looking good. There were a few hits on the turrets, but apart from that... Ooh, 2 with 1 salvo. Okay, I dare to move faster now. I did tell you guys that this is no roof zone. Why? Is it really because of the opening and the closing of the doors? Are you kidding me, Ironhead? Okay, let's declare that a remove roof area. Even. There we go. Alright. That was spooky. That was the most spooky mechanoid attack we had so far, and that also means that I'm getting the slight feeling that we're going to see centipedes quite soonish. That means it is time to build something special. We need to prepare the sniper rifles. That's of utmost importance now, because with that amount of mechanoids coming in, it's only a question of time until the mechanoids are sending centipedes. Sniper rifles are really awesome against centipedes because they are outranging the centipedes in a way that you can always shoot and keep running without the centipedes having any chance whatsoever of retaliating and that's really, really useful to have. Alrighty, so we did that, and the next episode will be winter again. So I also changed the planting plan because I decided that we got more than enough food already. There's so many berries and rice available, and I don't dare to chop down more people right now. Not until I have processed all these leathers. It seems like the wealth of my colony is increasing substantially because these attacks with those numbers are giving me the impression. Anywho, friends, so that's the end of today's episode. I hope you guys enjoyed the ride. I'm so happy that we're now starting to build our spaceship. It's still a long way to go, and we're far from being done, but I feel like this was a very valuable first step on our way, and I'm really happy. So probably next year we're going to be able to go for an AI core, but probably not, because the problem is somebody has to stay at home and defend the base, whereas people are adventuring, and only one person adventuring, well, I don't know. That's going to be the most difficult part about this gameplay, but let's see where this is bringing us. Thanks for watching. Drop me a comment down below. Leave a thumbs up for the algorithm if you might want to do so. I'd be more than grateful. And as usual, if you like my content, I do daily content. You can check out my channel, drop a subscription, turn on those notifications, and you won't miss any future things. Beyond that, in the description below, you find my social media links, among those my Twitch channel, where I also do daily streams, so maybe you might want to go and get in touch. I'd be happy about that too. And also you'll find some links for direct financial support. If you would want to do so, I'd be more than happy, but I'll never stop to toss out free content for you, no matter what. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Bye-bye. Hi there. Welcome to episode 33 of my Sea Ice Challenge series. I'm Icon, and we are preparing for the spaceship. Last episode, I managed to build my first 2 parts of it. We also allocated a quite nice amount of plasteel, and I also realized that the attacks of the mechanoids were growing fiercer and fiercer. We had 4 pikemen against us on the last run, which was already a really frightening enemy amount, considering that we're only 2 people. So I am strongly considering upgrading my defenses to some degree. So to do so, I felt like it's pretty difficult for me to decide if I'm gonna go for one of those heavier turrets or not, or just spam more of the weak turrets and hide behind those. Turrets are not what they used to be. There was a time when turrets were really super strong and such, but not anymore. So I'm really not that convinced of my decisions here, or my options here. That's what I want to say. Okay, let's research psychete refining. I just realized that I'm not at that point. And okay, we're being raided right away again. Let's see. What are they drop potting on me? A scyther. Whoops, wrong button. I want to check out what the other thing is. That's only 3 days between. So I got no clue where the other mechanoid is sitting at. Dang it. But it's time to equip the charge rifle Ironhead. They're coming. But probably we're going to eat something first. Tonight we dine in hell. As every day. Okay, let's see. I'm not too happy that they're sending another Scyther. The last Scyther took down a turret on its own, and there's yet another one. So, dang it. I'm already considering the usage of EMP grenades against Scythers to reduce the losses on my turrets, because I practically lose turrets whenever I fight against Scythers, and that's really not cool. There's the second one coming. EMP grenades would be a measure to reduce the amount of losses here. Please don't kill my turret. Alright, nice. So this attack was strangely enough only featuring 2 mechanoids to attack us. But I sure don't want to sound muttering here. Quite happy about the rather low attack. Alright, let's clear away the debris, because I don't like how this looks. And shred away the mechanoids. It's not really a refund for the resources spent, but at least we do gain scraps of plasteel with that, which do help us ultimately to get forward. My goal for now is to acquire new ship parts as often as possible, although there's still a long way to go. We have now half a dozen prestige ropes. That's pretty cool too. And last episode we had a Thrumbo migration, a Muffalo migration, which gave us some blue fur to work with as well. Like that one too. So I need to put Ironhead away from the crafting duties for a while, because I need him to research. I need some research done. There we go. Because the psychoid plants are ready soon, and I don't want to spend my time only with Psychite tea. I want to produce Flake and Yayo too, because these products are just very, very valuable. And most importantly, being bought by all manner of different sources. Wait a sec. Ironhead is horrible at research. I thought he was better at that. So we're going to change Bishop's work duty accordingly. Guarding for Tioski. So we should give somebody... We should keep somebody safe for 9 days. And we can get a Lauren for that. Cannibal and transhumanist. And a good fighter. Yes, we take that. Bring in that guy. Oh, we need to have a... Okay, whatever. No problem. We're going to assign this one to Ironhead. And this is going to be the prisoner cell then. Third person and colony will be absolutely worth it. So definitely want to do that. Now we're seeing that blood rot on him. Her. Whatever. Her. Okay, is 49% enough to get the blood rot diminishing? Yes, it is. Okay, so we're just going to spend our herbal meds on that. Let's see, I hope we're still going to do work in the prison. Yes, they are. Good. Okay. So we're going to keep that guy here in here. Mostly because it's the only room that has enough heating. So, you know. You gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, let's stop producing Psychite tea, because like I said, I'm actually not that eager to go down that way anymore. We can produce better things. And most importantly, more costly things. Alright, there we go. I'm not gonna spend that much more time with research soon though. But the drug production seems like something I want to do. Alright, let's fast forward a bit. Now, the Psychite refining has been finished, and I don't want to spend more time in that direction. I will put Bishop's work orders back to normal here. And also I started to plant out some heal roots onto the hydroponics because I felt like we're that well stacked with food and such that it seems foolish to me to work differently. So we're going to do Yayo forever, Flake forever, and some Flake from the leftovers if ever. So something like that. Alright. This will increase our income massively because almost every trade ship passing by is buying these goods, so we're gonna be better off with money. And considering the prices of steel and all these things, I am really want to produce more money here at that point. Okay. Let's see, how fast does a heal root grow actually? I never checked that out. But considering that we're going to spend a lot of the heal roots now on the... Whoa, alright. Why is Jet malnutritioned? Okay. It's just a coincidence. She just ate something. Theodora from the Broken Empire has crash landed. We definitely want to use that opportunity to gain some more goodwill with that faction, so we're going to save her as well. Right now, I got high hopes for the increase my goodwill with the other factions and get access to good traders that way. Alright, she was extreme hypothermic, but beyond that, nothing bad. Attack job. So we would receive a silent neuroformer for that. Oh my god. Or Sleepy, the jailbird, but no. Goodwill. This one expires in 10 days. We could do that actually. Since I only have to keep Jet safe for 6 more days, we won't have any trouble with that. Perfect. We're gonna do that. Because every job counts now. We want to get off this planet, and this doesn't happen on its own. Chop chop. Oh, by the way, okay, we got enough power at this point. Another thing I want to see done is the production of the sniper rifles there. And Ironhead is a little bit on a mental breakdown here again. So the power grid is okay. Well, let's just hope there's not going to be an immediate attack. That would be a little bit unfortunate. Alright, we did already process all the drugs that only yielded 38 Yayo. But if we check out Yayo, the worth per unit is 21 bucks. So let's check out the Psychedity, 10 bucks per unit. Hard to tell, honestly. She's only wearing a cloth t-shirt. There's really not much we can do to get her alive from that, to get her off that map alive, honestly. Because reasons. Oh my god. Not cool. Ah, we don't have enough materials anymore for another prestige robe. Alright. Let's cut away the sick plants. Oh, that's a pity. We lost an entire harvest again. Well, not really the end of the world, but considering how slow these plants grow, it is quite a loss, gotta say. But we are not really hypothermic anymore out here. It's so good. So good. Such a big piece of progress here. Yeah, Theodora died. There's no chance. I mean, she died there. She didn't even make it further than that. Yeah, rip. It's a little bit sad that you often have crash landers that are really almost impossible to rescue. You know? Well, let's flick off a few machines. We're running low on power these days. And the heal root is soon grown. That's good. How's her blood rod? Absolutely non-existent. Wonderful. That's really, really good. Okay, only 3 more days until we can get her out of the colony. And, well, let's fast forward to the next event. Which happened only a couple of hours later, so Jet actually seems to be intending to do a prison break. I don't know what she's thinking, but certainly not gonna happen. Alright, let's do the treatment here without medicine, because medicine is really, really valuable here. And let's reconfigure that back to make sure that the blood rot is going to be treated well. Okay. I mean, trying to break out with that kind of gear, she would need to kill somebody of our folks to actually have a chance against the cold. Whatever. So we might be actually also considering the medicine production at some point, because medicine is also a good which everybody buys. And regular medicine is made out of, well, okay, we need nutrimines for that, so maybe that's not too smart. Nutrimines, herbal meds, and cloth. Well, rather not. Alright, so since that was not too much here going on, we're going to fast forward again. And a couple of hours, or, yeah, well, it's not really a day later, we meet a combat supplier, and our good friend Ironhead started to suffer from a flu, which is kind of sad, but we're going to get through that. This leaves Bishop more or less alone to his jobs, but let's see what the combat supplier has in store for us. Definitely, we're going to get a sales point for all the goods we have produced so far. Especially happy about. Wait a sec. So we can sell 1 unit of flake for 790 and 1 unit of yayo for 12, whereas we need double the amount of psychoid for 1 unit of yayo. So we're going to produce flake from here on. It's way more cost efficient. I wasn't aware. So we're going to sell away these, and well, I'm not going to spend my money on weapons that I can produce my own by myself, because that's not really necessary at that point. Some helmets. The Phoenix armor would be really, really nice to buy, but way too costly. Alright. What I will do though is I'll buy the components, because components are also just steel units in disguise. Let's sell away the Psycheat tea. Alright, I have to compare the psychoid leaf costs of Psycheat tea versus Flake 2 to see what yields the most money at this point. Alright, am I buying more medicines? No, I'm not. Alright, so 1 Psycheat tea needs 4 leaves, and 1 unit of Flake needs 4 leaves, so yeah. Flake is the ideal point, the ideal substance for just a economy operation. Alright. But not gonna mutter about that. We gained some resources out of that. We were able to sell away all these foods we produced, and most importantly, I regained some more components, which means we're regaining some money, some steel as well. By the way, where did those components crash? Like, seriously, where are they? Let's see, maybe I can do it like that with a neat little double click. Ah, outside here. Because when you double click something, you get a highlighter on everything which is on the map. And components deteriorate outside. That's bad. I don't want that. Alrighty. Meanwhile, we're tending Ironhead. And Jet. Jet should be on her way back home quite soon, in 1.2 days. So let's fast forward again. And there goes the next big event, which is a Mechanoid Cluster. I have no clue what's up against us, but I hope it's not going to be too devastating. It's just a smoke spewer, so nothing too horrible here. And a Megalo Shield, which will intercept ground projectiles. That's on its own really, really terrifying, but we're going to get back to our safety zone management. You remember that, possibly. So I had that danger zone thing, so we're going to delete that one, because the easiest way is to just create a new zone every time you do that. Invert that again, because otherwise, if I would use the old one, the invert command wouldn't really work out decently. So a smoke spewer only would influence agriculture. Agriculture just made me giggle. So we're going to assign danger zones to our peeps here, and I guess I might be mortaring these guys. Yeah, let's do this. Or is there an activator? Let's see. They don't seem to have a autonomous activator, so let's have some fun. Because they're not going to attack us after that, but they're going to be wakey. So we're going to set a target here, and let's do that. I love that sound. It's one of my favorite sounds in Rimworld. We need to go one more time. Mortars sadly don't have a chance, a hit chance, which is influenced by the character stats. It's entirely random. One more time. Come on. Trajectory is quite good, and oh, come on, you bishop. Seriously, we're these shells were costly, man. Okay, one more time. I mean, we just missed 6 shots in a row. 7. Okay, so one more time. Come on, Bishop. You can do it. Come on. Come on. Let's go. That's something I really hate about this game sometimes, that the might of RNGesus is really, really feeling bad there. Okay, and let's bring... No, we're going to carry her to the shuttle. And send that thing. Welcome, Lauren. Happy to see you here. Grab an assault rifle and be part of the herd. And the good news, she's a cannibal, so she's going to love all the clothing we can make out of victims, so that's a win-win. Alright, but she'll need way more clothing than that. But the real good news here is that we now got a person that's able to do all the work that my other folks get crazy from, and that's really a big plus there. So let's see, wardening, no. Let's put her onto research. Oh, she's a good crafter too. Let's use that. I don't want her to haul outside or anything like that because of the really horrible insulation on her. And, well, let's give it another try. I mean, that can't... We have to hit at least once with 10 shells, come on. What is this? It's the last shell, come on, fish. So we really didn't manage to hit a single friggin' time. Wow, that's stupid. Wow, that's so friggin' stupid, sorry, but wow. That's stupid to a point that it really makes me kinda angry. Not gonna lie. Like, seriously. But that's something I already noticed several times about Rimworld, that it has a really, really bad RNG mechanism. You can also miss with guns like crazy. I've had similar effects where people with a double-digit shooting value were not able to hit anything on a decent range with a decent weapon. Just not. I've had these things too, so not too surprised about that happening, but for sure quite annoyed about that happening. Well, it's not that much of an issue. I'm just sad that we just wasted 10 shells for nothing. But at least we didn't waste them on a siege where it actually would have been important to have them. So could have been worse, you know. Could have been worse. But the really good news is we now have a new shooter in town, and also a new butcher. So we're going to put that cooking job on her. And let's get the ball rolling, shall we? Oh, that one's... that was a bad one. We're not going to touch these three because they were either relatives or ex-colony members, so she's not really unhappy with that in any way. Nice. Alright, so I'm going to unassign the other folks from the tailoring work, because I figured that this is a nice way of getting Lauren into a good job there for herself. Okay, so this will be reassigned to Cotton, just to make this into a nice, just to make some nice clothing for Lauren. And the sniper rifles are being finished too slowly. Just so sad about that. Initiates in 6 hours. Maybe the mechanoids will awake alongside with that. I just want to have the mechanoids awake when they are coming, out of the simple reason that this will enable us to, or this will give us a chance that trade caravans will just brawl with these fellas. That's all I want. So let's see, we do make chem fuels so far only out of these organics. I mean, chem fuel can be made out of all manner of different things, so we're going to make some out of rice. How much steel do we have? Enough for more shells. Yeah, definitely. All right. Good. Quite important for me to keep going with those shells. Alright. So, Lauren needs a headgear. Well, we're going to make a toque soon, but let's see. She should have her whole gear out of human leather at this point. So let's clear out all these old jobs and make something I can understand. Okay, a pair of pants and a button-down shirt. Really happy that we're finally on 3 people in the colony. This feels like a great piece of progress to me. And that person being somebody able to process raiders without mental breakdowns is just the biggest buff I could have wished for. And Theodora was your friend? Okay, why didn't you give her clothing then, man? Just asking. Alright, the Raider Outpost. Well, we can't really do that, but we got that nice job here open. Let's do that. We have to attack, or... No. Simple reason why I don't want to do that. It's friggin' cold. It's minus 90 degree out. Almost minus 100 degree out there. I am too afraid that wherever we have to fight, the temperatures are the same. And if they are, it's going to be a absolutely devastating, deadly joy to do that one more time. So I'd rather not, you know. I'll rather not. Okay, is she already wearing these pants? Oh, it's poor quality. I see. It's poor quality, so she doesn't want to wear those. We really need to increase her crafting skills, but since she's a very passionate person about that, she's gonna get there sooner or later. So I'm not too worried about that. A third pair of hands in the colony definitely opens us up for lots of new opportunities here. Be it only the option of processing finally all the raiders, which is going to be absolutely amazing, honestly. Alright, we got pulse charge ammunitions. Let's go for a gun link, why not? I highly doubt that we will be able to get that going at some point, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Alright, let's check this out. The smoke spewer is active, but there are no signs of the mechanoids being awake, so... Come on, this time it'll hit. Not. Come on, dude. Oh, finally. It's all I wanted. Oh, wait a sec, they're actually attacking us. Well, not the worst. So, Lauren is horribly insulated, but it's not an issue. Ironhead still got the charge rifle. Okay. So that only means that I'll bring her on the battlefield as late as possible. There we go. Wait for the pikemen. Let's keep an eye on her hypothermia here. Yeah, she's growing really quickly hypothermic. That's an issue here. Seriously? Wow. Okay. Didn't expect that to be a problem. Alright. So... we're not going to drop down that turret at this point any longer, because it's obviously not a good spot for a turret. We're also going to, I think I'm just going to leave it like that. Only 2 turrets. I don't want to spend more steel again and again like that. We're also running out of slate at that point, so we're going to use marble now. Okay. So now, after that's been all settled, we're going to leave today's episode. I think we made some really nice progress here. Especially getting Lauren into the colony is a amazing feat for us. And we actually got ourselves an excellent sniper rifle. Nice. Okay. So thank you guys so much for watching. It's been my pleasure, and I hope you guys had fun as well. We're going to continue our journey here in the next episode, and as usual, feel free to drop me a comment down below. I'd be more than happy if you did so. Also, a thumbs up on the series helps a ton to make it more visible, and if you like my work, check out my channel. I do daily videos. Drop a subscription and turn on those notifications, and you won't miss any of my future releases. In the description, you'll also find my social media links, among those my Twitch account, where I do daily streams as well, among those also Rimworld with the Twitch toolkit integrated, so maybe you want to check that out too. And of course, last but not least, there are also means and ways to support me financially. If you would do so, I'd be more than happy, because I do all my work for free, but sadly I still need to eat and pay rents and other bills, so... There's ad revenues, but they're still not cutting it, so I would be more than delighted if you guys could give me a helping hand to make more content for you on a daily basis in the future as well. See you guys next time. Bye bye. Hi, and welcome to episode 34 of my Sea Ice Challenge series. I'm Icon, and we have a little bit of a content gap to close, so... Last time I recorded an episode, I sadly had a technical issue, which made the whole episode muted, so we didn't catch up with this beauty here. We have a psychic ship on the map, and I think this one was already present the last time we were playing Smoke Spewer with some turrets in the vicinity. I think I skipped the rest of the winter with this episode. It didn't happen too much. I used the workforce of Lauren to create lots of resources here by emptying these graves. And we are now bolstering up to attack this position here, or hope for something that attacks the mechanoids here. And also trying to wait until it's warm enough to get near this mech encampment, because, well, the smoke spewer ain't really much of a problem, but I still like to have it gone. But this is not as problematic as this one, but I don't want to go heads on with a double combo of Pikeman Lancer, so with only 3 people. Is not too healthy, but is also problematic because the psychic drone ship. So my plans are now to wait out a bit how it's going to be, and if there's not going to be a solution in the coming time, I'm going to shell it down. The mortars are the long-term solution plan, because if I destroy the ship part, the mechanoids will also attack me. A frightening assembly. We're supposed to build something. Thanks, but no thanks. That's not gonna work. Alright, but apart from that, we didn't really miss too much, except for allocating riches and trying to shell down this thing. I already spent a lot of mortar shells on that, but, well, I'm willing to spend even some more, because the problem is that this thing here is just driving my people nuts, and it's going to tune up in a couple of days, and then it's going to be even more frightening. But the downside is I'm shooting with steel, so, you know, steel is a sparse resource here, so it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult, to say the least. So, as you can see, we were processing the contents of these graves quite thoroughly. Okay. Let's see what we can do with the shells we got in stock. Although I gotta say, it's highly unlikely to take down a psychic drone like that, but, well, going into it just hands-on sounds like suicide as well, so might as well try and take a shot per day or something like that. I don't know. This situation is a bit of a pickle, gotta say. Still hoping for some external thing to take care of that. So Ironhead wants to tantrum down one prestige robe. I say, let him do his thing. It's okay. He's feeling happier now and playing some poker. If it's that what it takes, my friend. Cheer up. Okay. Another big issue for me is that Lauren is lacking the proper insulation for these areas, so let's just hope for another lucky hit. Ooh, that did hit the drone. Sadly not the pikeman. That was from the last time, if I remember correctly. But, well, we seem to have a chance. But I don't want to overdo it, because that's my last bit of steel, you know. And the drone intensifies. That's what I was afraid about. Let's see, maybe we can. This is such an odd situation. Usually I don't have such situations. By the time that situations like these can be problematic, neither steel nor animals to tank this are a problem, and therefore I usually have the resources to work on this way less tense, but, well, it's friggin' Lancers, you know. But we taken them down bit by bit, actually. At least the pikemen are almost done for. But now the big problem remains, how will I proceed? I mean, taking this down is also really problematic, because I might have the smoke launcher, but Lauren is not insulated well enough. Her insulation is quite bad, to be exact. But we could tailor her a toque, by all means. That would help a lot already. Lauren is also my no-go-to person for crafting. So, that brings her to a -17. Well, I call that progress. So, we're going to create a parka for her. And hope that it's going to be better for her. A new Mechanoid Cluster. My god, it's raining cats and dogs. But at least this one is not coming with a troublemaker. This is just guns. Oh no, it's an automata. We are in grave danger and problems. Oh dear. Okay. That's bad. It's really bad. When will this thing awake? In 9 days. Okay, so we have a few days of preparation. These mechanoids are really trying to kick my butt. Oh my god. I mean, the good news about all this, I got smoke, so I can just move forward and take that down. It's only a Lancer and a Pikeman, so the pressure of that is way lower, but at the same time, my resources are limited, and there's this thing also waiting to be... Oh man, this is hard. This is probably one of the hardest situations I've been in so far in this run. Because these guys have just such a high range. That's the main issue. I would just go in there and take them down, but they are outranging me that hard. So it's not that easy. We could do more shells, for sure, and try to solve the problem from afar. I think that might be even the smartest way to try it. I mean, I got components. And if I don't have enough components, I will be able to craft myself a few more. Because there's always something falling from the sky, you know. Really sorry for that person, but naked. We're not gonna be able to get this guy in any way into a survivable situation. No chance-a-reno. He'll never make it alive, alive of the map. So, alright. Minus 41 degree. I was hoping that we could achieve something better here. So, she's a woman, so we can also create a corset. Does Ironhead have a formal vest? No, he doesn't, so we're going to create another one of those. Because you can't wear these above the rest of your clothing, so it's quite good. Alright. Luckily this thing will be firing and will take a few days until it starts firing, so I think I want to rule out this problem first, because this is not so much of a problem. We just we can two-man this whole situation here actually, once the mechanoids are gone. But this other situation is more of a problem. Okay, let's try if we can solve that problem and take a few shots at this thing. We hit! Wow! Nice! So come on, just a little bit more. It's not much necessary beyond that, honestly. Yes! I might have been very, very unlucky with the other site there, but quite the opposite was now the case. So we have to take down these buddies now there, but honestly, that's not as much of a problem as it was to take that ship down, or it would have been way deadlier to attack them heads on. Take it as you wanted. Alright. There we go. Let's just hope we're not gonna lose too many resources. Yeah, of course. I jinxed it. Bang. Alright. I'll send Lauren inside. Because honestly, it'll take quite some time until the pikemen have arrived. So she can fight from here. There we go. Alrighty. So we lost a turret, but beyond that, everything went super fine. Okay. And the most important thing, the psychic pressure is gone. Because that was really, really bad for us in the long run. Well, let's cancel out that turret as well. Give everybody a good night of sleep. And then we start shelling this side before it bites us in the back. But for today, they shall sleep. We did well. Just sad about losing that turret, but you know, those turrets, they are not vital for us. It's a pity to not have them, but it's also not the end of the world. One turret is enough at the end of the day. Okay then. I just hope that the mechanoids from the cluster will attack me as soon as I have hit the main structure. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It's really hard to tell. But let's just hope for a good good and lucky outcome here. Come on. Oh. Come on, Bishop. That was a drunky shot. We got 4 shells to spend. The trajectory was good, but too much force. Oh, dang. Drunken Bishop is at it again. Ooh, we got them. So the good thing is that the auto mortar doesn't initiate on its own, and we took down the pikeman. And just as I wanted. Yes! I love it when a plan comes together. So Bishop, you can haul that back. I love it when a plan works out as intended. Wonderful. Let's take down that sucker, and there we go. Okay, so now comes part 2 of the operation, and that will be a little bit more tricky. So, and that's why I was quite happy that we still have a few days, because I need to insulate Lauren better before that'll work out. Okay, so I let them spend the last scraps of steel here for shells. I'm okay with that. Seriously. Because we will earn ourselves some steel in the next time. I mean, there's already something free to pick. I don't know, I think these guys were assigned to a zone which... Yes, we can re-enable that zone again. That's good. Alright. And that's why I feel like mortars are really useful companions for every situation. They are costly for sure, but I don't know how I would solve problems like these, you know? This way I made the Mechanoid Cluster only a stationary, I turned it into a only stationary threat, and therefore we can now take it down with a smoke launcher, and we won't die during the attempt of that. At least I hope. At least I hope. We won't die. We won't be dying. Alright, meanwhile, Lauren has to tinker that corset, and yeah. Let's see where her insulation will be after that. So, here we go, minus 48. Spaceship chunks, awesome. So, we might be low on steel, but the only really vital resource, after all, are components. Because components can be... The lack of components can be quite deadly. So we need to use marble here, do we? I really need stones from the next bulk goods trader. I need to redo this area, make it wider than that. The turrets need to be further away from the explosions. It's 3 grids for explosion range. I really didn't respect that enough. It's really good to play on a map where you have to play correctly around your resources, because there are not enough resources to do whatever you want to do. And this really makes me think about things more thoroughly, and I like that. Okay. So the loot, though, is pretty sweet, because we get another advanced component, which is in itself always a big reward. Okay, so Ironhead is really unhappy because he gets rebuffed by Lauren. So let's see if we can bring these lovebirds together somehow. And let's check the outside temperatures, because, you know, it's all about Lauren's insulation here, the next part of the operation. She's insulated against minus 48. Well, it's not enough. It's just not enough for her. She will run hypothermic out there, after all. And Ironhead went berserk. Okay. So we're not gonna be doing anything in the next few days. Because we're busy curing Ironhead's berserk attempts. If we don't accidentally kill him. It's always possible. Alright. How bad is it? Well, 7 hours. It's quite deadly. And hold that in, please. Probably the next time I don't take the guns and just brawl him down, but... It's another thing I usually do differently, you know? Usually colonist lives are like, well, sometimes people die. But here I just realized that I didn't like my decision here. Won't do that again like that. But that also means we're gonna fast forward a bit. Now look what we have here. The good old bulk goods traders in town. Also, the storyteller has devised a new devilish plan and has crash landed a transport pod here, right next to this, you know, poor old Marco. He's suffering from paralytic aphasia, and part of me actually considered it for a moment because we're in such a stable situation, and then I saw the spot where he got dropped and I was like, well, nope. But Kind Pepper Transit is in town, and let's see what we can do for them. This is going to be really good because I was saving up materials now for quite a long time again. We should be quite rich. 3.4k, awesome. So let's see what we're going to buy this time. A low shield pack. Oh, well, low shield packs would bring me solutions to these problems I'm suffering from as well. So I say yes to this one. Also, I want some new building materials, and beyond that, as much steel as possible because we need it. We're going to... Let's see. I'd really like to buy more here, but they also got plus steel, you know. But seems like we're done here. Oh, I got 1k in my reserves. Okay, never mind. We still got a few materials to invest. Okay, so we're plus 90 plus steel. Yeah, well, I'm okay with that. Oh, they also got gold, and I'm out of gold. Okay, never mind then. If I don't have any... Wait a sec. I have gold just outside of the door. I also have plus steel. There we go. Almost got fooled by that. Yeah, poor old Marco. He's he's freezing to death outside there, but we can't change that. But at least we now got resources to do that expansion I was dreaming of. So just a simple thing here, and deconstruct the rest of that. So I hope we won't be suffering too many problems with the roofs, but we'll see. Probably gonna cancel the yeah. Gonna deconstruct after the constructions. just to be sure. Meanwhile, Ironhead is healing up from his problems, and our batteries have run dry. Nothing permanent, I suppose? No, okay. Alright, we're getting closer to temperatures where we can do an outside operation with Lauren. Let's see how much time we got left for the automata. Okay, so I'll be fast forwarding to the next possibility to attack that thing. Now, we're ready and well armed for the situation, and we'll get into business. So I equipped 2 people with assault rifles because of the superior range, and 1 person with a smoke launcher. So let's make sure we know which line we can't cross. Alright, there we go. So now we got this. Let's check out the line. It's here. Ideally, we want to be in smoke as quick as possible. Oh my god, smoke is almost invisible on that environment here. That's horrible. And now we're trying to advance by this smoke screen until we are able to hit the enemy turrets. That's why the installation was that important, because, you know, you really have to be 100% sure that your folks are surviving that approach, temperature-wise, because otherwise the situation is really not good, because this will take a moment until we're done. But now we're luckily in the range for the first attacks. Just keep moving them as good as I can into the smokes. And now let's keep firing on a spot at our feet. This will at times require us to reposition ourselves still, because that thing has a horrible accuracy. But at the same time, it doesn't hurt your folks, and it makes it impossible for the enemy turrets to lock on your dudes. So here's it's very, very, very important to move with such odd shots, but, you know. Getting closer to the cluster also makes it easier to hit, unless something like that happens. Okay. But like this, we're winning the situation right now quite hard. Alright. So now we're going to configure the fire of Lore and Ironhead a little bit more, because I got the feeling like they are shooting at the wrong target. My god, Bishop. Okay, that's when you need to move. A smokescreen roughly lasts a little bit longer than 2 shots, but only ever slightly so much. Finally. There we go. What a relief. Alright, this was never a forbidden zone, but that was not a problem to begin with. So now we have lots and lots of steel available for us out of the situations here. And somebody please take care that Marco is going to be gone for good. Whoever Marco was. So does that create a extra? No. That doesn't create an extra debuff, oddly enough. Such a problem that we didn't bury him. We did shred him to pieces though, and sell him to strangers. That wasn't that was just the usual barbarism. I don't know. Alright, I'm quite happy that we solved most of our mechanoid issues now. So there's now only the last one remaining with that low shield around it. So I don't really want to waste my... shells on that. Besides that, it's only an auto inferno turret. So we should be able to dive through that and just take it down. I mean, dive through the smoke, through the low shield, and let's do that while we're at it. Everybody is in a good mood right now, and I think it makes a nice ending for today's episode. So, really sad that I had this gap between this content gap there, but we're going to make that happen only once. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to spread my dudes as good as I can. Because with Inferno turrets, so let's see, we need to get inside this vicinity. With Inferno turrets, it's like the more clustered we are, the harder it is for the turret to take our peeps down. And as soon as we are inside this bubble, good old Bish can drop the smoke, and then the problem is gone. So we're creating a safe zone now, basically. And inside that safe zone, we're not going to be bothered by the Inferno turret. There we go. That's how you do it, man. That's how you do it. Just happy that my plan worked out, that's all. Alrighty. Because this whole situation would have been a lot easier if we wouldn't have suffered from the darkness around us. I don't know if it's really lowering our hit chances, but I could imagine it does. So here we go. And now, most importantly, I hope we're going to be able to take down the slug turret too. I'm a little bit carefree here, because it's only a small turret, and most importantly, we have claimed a unstable power cell. Hooray! Never ever have I been so happy about acquiring one of these. It's a stable producer of 400 watt energy, so out here in the ice, that says almost as only a venometric power cell is nicer. Let's oh, we're no longer assigning any danger zones or something like that, friends. We're free again! And with that, I say thanks for watching, friends. I'm so happy that you were tuning in to today's episode again. I hope you liked it as well. We're now... At least the mechanoids are not bothering us anymore, and I think we should have gained a substantial amount of... steel at the same time, so Lauren needs a treatment. And yeah, I'm really happy with the outcome of today's episode. So now let's outro this. Drop me a comment down below. I'd be more than happy to hear from you. And as usual, your likes help a lot to make this series more visible, and you can always consider registering to my channel. I do daily videos, and if you like that content, well, there's something for you every day if you turn on the notifications. Also, in the description below, you'll find my social media links and my Twitch channel, where I also do daily streams. So if you might want to check that out, be my guest. And last but not least, there's also ways and means to support me financially. If you would do so, I'd be more than happy. If not, well, thanks for watching. That's the most important thing for me. Spending your time here really means a lot to me. But sadly, well, I do my work for free, and that means it's hard to get a living off from it. So your help is very welcome. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hi, welcome to episode 35 of my Sea Ice Challenge series. I'm Icon, and today, well, I'll be just rejoicing for the fact that we had a bulk goods trader and that I managed to take down the mechanoid threats around me. So I think we're going to dismantle a lot of the area, the structures in the area now, after fighting back a group of mechanoids, obviously. Okay. Their transport pods went haywire. So, let's see. I see 2 attackers now. Wonder if there's going to be a third. Could imagine that there's going to be a third out there. Double Scyther and... well... seriously? Just 2 Scythers? Well, that would be quite nice, but... let's just not get too happy too early. But it looks like it's really just 2 attackers. Okay. Oh no, Bishop is wielding a wrong weapon. Curses. That's so silly of me. It's making things unnecessarily complicated now. I just hope we're going to take that thing down before it does exactly that. Yeah, well. That was such an avoidable loss. Where's the last of them? Like, seriously, where's the last of them? Where did he go? I know you're out there. I don't get it. Where did the... Scyther go? Well, okay. I think Lauren is now safe to hold things. But seriously, where went the second Scyther there? I'm terribly confused now. But okay. It seems to be gone. And if you guys have an idea what happened there, feel free to tell me. Because there were 2 enemies. Whatever. Catacalon's Mech Cluster. They want to throw a centipede at me. No thanks. I don't want to play these games. Alright, meanwhile Lauren has to take... oh! That's really bad. I guess she won't survive that one. Let's see. Well... 5% disadvantage. We have to decide rather quickly if we want to do that or not. I mean, she's slowly catching up with the, yeah, we're going to trust the immunity gain. It's only 1% difference at this point. She should be fine. Very close run, though. Wow. That was crazy spooky. So that must have been all when we let her stand outside there in the cold. Man, I'm too lucky today. I'm really just too lucky today. That's scaring me. Being that lucky is scaring me. So now we can do it like that. And let's do a little enclosure around that one too. And let's dig out dead people again. Because that's just what we love to do. Alright, I'm running out of raiders slowly, but definitely, you know, it's quite unnerving. For such a long time, raiders were that one resource we had plenty of. But now all of a sudden... Man, I was so scared about Lauren now. For a moment I was already thinking that I completely gambled the wrong way. That was really too close for comfort. Okay. Now we can put Lauren onto hauling duty. With that kind of insulation, I think it's going to be okay. Alright, can we do a pair of pants that's actually made of decent quality gear? Yeah, let's do this. Because Lauren really needs better gear, if possible. Okay, let's try that again. Crafting 7 after all, you know. It's not that horrible. Alright. So, who's wearing which pants now? Excellent blue fur pants, minus 51, minus 82. Minus 51 is not ideal, but it's also enough to make sure that they're not going to freeze to death immediately. Also, I have read your comments, and I did like the idea of putting up an end table between these two beds. And we're going to put up an end table here as well. I might even spend the resources and throw in some dresser now. Let's put it down here. Stone things take a while to build, but it's okay, I'd say. So, meanwhile, Lauren can dish out more money. Money. And the next thing I hope for is fresh raiders to turn into more money. I mean, we actually are right now in a really good situation. I mean, even if I don't get new raiders, I could also just grow cotton in the times between. But yeah, well, I don't know. I don't feel like going down that way. But I do want to have more resources because we sold away a lot of things in the other episode. And now we have to regain our riches. But seriously, there's a good amount of steel in it for us now. Although the mechanoid pressure during the winter is really turning into a real big issue there. Because the attacks of the mechanoids are growing more and more fierce. Can't put it into different words. So, Bishop, I don't want you to butcher. Lauren is the butcher in town. Okay. We're slowly teaching her some cooking this way. It's also not bad. Ah, we finally got that low shield packet available. This might be a very, very important thing in the future of our little colony here. Yaks. We have an animal migration of yaks. Everybody get up! We're gonna take them all down. Well, everybody's so hungry, or just Ironhead? Okay, Ironhead, you can have some food in the meantime. So, all right, Ironhead seems to be done with eating. The sweet, sweet summertime, you know, where better things happen than in the winter. So we're all on assaults right now. That's good. All right, that's a nice bounty. That's a nice bounty for sure. All right, let's send everybody to haul at least one of them. All right, we're going to create more and more clothing with this. So this is making us richer again. Now, another thing I want to do now is build a little expansion here. We're even doing a slate door here because I really don't give a dang about the door opening slowly here. Because this is going to be where we're storing our explosives now. So that the explosives are finally no longer right next to the clothing. That's making me itchy since a while now. So there we go. Oh, finally some progression. Alright, now we can declare the stockpile zone into here. And let's say there's gonna be chem fuel and mortar shells. Importance of this one is important. Yeah, it can't stay like that because we're just changing these. There we go. Alright, the colony is a lot safer now. Lauren inspired taming. It's not really useful in any way. All right. The next harvest is in. I'm wondering when I want to stop. When do I want to stop? This one I did pull off with berries, didn't I? Yes, yes, and potatoes. And this one was with rice. I think we can safely go for a maneuver like this. And also allow ourselves something like this as well. Ironhead and Lauren are finally a couple. All right. Try to flirt with Lauren by playfully making fun of her class. Okay. I would consider myself lucky that she didn't eat you in response, but... Alright, we have 600 steel in our possession right now. I mean, okay, I did buy some, but... Well, Lauren is going to create a few materials for a snuggly little thing there. A trade ship is passing by. Sunlight Incorporated. Okay, so we can sell off the Thrumble horns. We're good. And beyond that, can we do something? Or can we buy something which we really seem to need? I'm looking for an AI core now always whenever I see these traders. But of course, we're not getting lucky that easily. So there's a lot of plasteel in it here too. But honestly, for now, I'll just take the money. Because before I invest something in something that I don't really want to have, I rather wait until I get some offer that I really want to buy. Just noticed while I was thinking today that under no circumstances I would want to miss an opportunity to buy an AI core if it comes by. So human leather bedroll. You see, it was Lauren's idea. She was all for a tasteful sleeping place, you know. All right. Let's get that done. It's even good quality. And let's get those lovebirds a snuggly little place. All right. Then uninstall these. Reinstall this here. Reinstall that there. And then we finally are done with the micromanagement marathon. Okay, so this will be awesome as long as they live, and it will be horrible once somebody of them dies. Just always the same thing with love. Wait a sec, we just finished our packaged survival meals. That means we can sell some more stuff here. That's good. Okay, so I think I have enough resources now to dare build the next part of the spaceship. I'm doing this carefully, step by step, because I really feel like I don't want to mess up with that process here. Under no circumstances I want to get to the point where I have to deconstruct one part of the ship engine, you know, because I've got too greedy or something like that. All right. So I also decided between the episodes that I want to look for a fourth character in the colony, because I think we will need at least 4 people to get through this whole scenario. I don't know why why I'm that sure about it, but if I need to hunt for that AI core outside in that world, I feel like 4 people are the least I want to go with. Like 3 people on the adventuring and 1 stays alone at home already sounds like a very, 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 very angsty adventure for me. But at the same time, it sounds way better than just sending 2 people for an AI core. 3 people are already, I don't know. It's going to be quite a... well, it's going to be intense. I'm sure about that. Okay, now we can enable the human prestige rope project again. And empty more of those graves. It's a lot of micromanagement this way, but I don't mind. Gives me something to do in these long years of isolation. So we're growing wealthy like this. Lauren's crafting skill gets better and better. She's soon to hit level 8. And therefore we should be able to get something done in the next time. So we're going to get attacked by 2 similar sized groups will follow soon after. No. Or yes. No. Not with that kind of defense on my side. I don't feel too comfy with my defenses, honestly. I am considering a larger and stronger turret in the long run, but then again, well, doesn't really matter too much. Let's put one down like this. Let's see how good that works out. I mostly put these up to have some distraction for melee units of the mechanoids. Damage-wise, they are just yeah, it's a bad joke, but at least it's a bad joke which is attracting enemies into, you know. Alright, let's do some more processing. We're done with all our stockpiles soon though, which is kind of a shame. I think I need to swap over to cotton after that. Or I should just take that quest and don't be that shy about it. But honestly, well, the thing is, I know one thing about these quests. It doesn't say it out loud in the description, but there's always the possibility that these attacks come as a siege. And a siege would be something that I really want to avoid under any circumstances, because, you know, sieges are really nasty. Sieges are really, really nasty for sure. But at least I have now better resources, a better situation in general. But, you know, if the rewards wouldn't be so crappy, I would actually consider it. But that's 9 enemies times 3, so 27 enemies against 3 colonists. That's a 9 on 9 against 1 disadvantage. Just for some resources. That's kind of a high gamble for me. But we got a smoke pop pack. Nice. So we got the next part of the ship engine done. Makes me kind of happy. And there's still 200 units of steel left. So how much did we already haul back in from these areas? Hey, there's a chunk. And there's another chunk. So we have 77 units of steel just lying around casually here. And there's even more, so yeah. There's not only a lot of work to do, there's also a lot of resources to be gained. Nice. Even if my outside storage depots are now emptied. But luckily we got a quite heavy overproduction of food. So I'm even considering upgrading my hydroponics to its last stage. Because I feel like we can now utilize the production of it quite well. And this would allow me to create cotton more often, or even diversify my production to some degree. Because right now I am already overproducing, so if I would build 3 more banks, I could just assign them to, I don't know, heal roots or something like that. Speaking about heal roots, let's do this actually. Because there's just so much extra resource available right now that I really don't mind spending some. Manhunters, horses. Man-hunting horses. Well, we're still just gonna shut the door on them and sit it out, you know. I don't feel comfy with the idea of getting overrun by wild animals. This can happen to you quite easily. And in my situation, it's that easy to just cuddle in and just ignore the outside world for a while We got more than enough things to do inside here, so who cares about a couple of horses, you know? Alright, so we're at least creating ourselves a self-supply, sustaining supply of medicine here now. Alright. Still quite tempted to try to take down the horses, but I won't. Simply because it's just a low risk, it's just a low return risk. If I would happen to get this through without any losses, fine. What would I gain? Most likely 2 processable corpses tops. But also I could have a destroyed turret or 2 destroyed turrets. Somebody could even lose a limb or something like that. Just for me being a little bit greedy there. Against something which I just can't sit out. They're just going to go away after a while. So let's see. We're running a little bit low on steel though. So I'm going to suspend the advanced component job for a moment. And just stay with what I got right now. So I wonder what's going to be the next event outside here. We ran out of leathers to process. My god. What a shame! This is kind of making me sad, you know? So the horses are leaving town. So that's the point where I want to check out if we're able to take down 1 or 2. Maybe not while they're immediately in front of the door, though. There we go. Sometimes you get lucky, you know. But not this time, as it seems. Where's the last one? He's already leaving the map. Okay. Well, I wanted to give it a try, you know. I wanted to give it a try. Cargo pots. With chicken eggs. That's really good. Chicken eggs are very, very nutritious, so we can create a lot of food out of that. Which is good because I just ordered a large new cooking job. Alright, nice. So as soon as we have processed more of that steel, I'm going to consider if or if not I'm going to build a new hydroponics. And one thing's for sure, I will now diversify my production a little bit more. Inspired taming. Sure. Cool thing, I think. Give me a Thrumbo to tame now. I mean, probably he would be even able to. But then again, I would need to feed that thing as well. So, probably not the best idea. So, Bishop is now meditating in front of a green garden of rice plants growing in the middle of nowhere. I mean, considering how things are, if you would consider them realistically, this is kind of like a little paradise inside a nightmare. Because, you know, this whole planet is like that. So basically, this is probably one of the nicest places around this whole sea of ice. We did well. We did quite well so far. So 11k of rice. That's why I started to order packaged survival meals again. Another transport pod crash from the JBM Union, but this guy has not even clothing. I mean, it's not even worth saving them because they will not make it alive off the map. Even without their wounds, they will grow extremely hypothermic before they reach the end of the map. End of the story. I've tried that such many times that I must say transport pod suiciding seems to be really something people enjoy doing in these regions of the Rim. Seems to be the hot stuff. Talking about hot stuff, I want the mollies. Let's roast the horses. Alright. No, Lauren. It's okay. There we go. Taking care of that as well. And I'd say it's a good point to end today's episode. So, what do we have here? A Mechanoid Cluster with lots of enemies and a high shield. No thanks. Alright, so thank you so much for watching. I am very, very happy to have you around. And we're making quite some progress lately. I mean, there's still a good way to go, and I'm really concerned about the AI core, but let's see how this will play out in the long run. Maybe we'll just get one out of a quest reward. These things happen. Or maybe just find a trader for that. I just hope that it will be an easy way of acquiring the AI core. Okay, so drop me your comments down below. Maybe you have an idea how to acquire an AI core easier. I'd be happy to hear from you. And as usual, give a thumbs up to that video if you like what you see. It makes it easier for other people to find this series too. And of course, drop a subscription to my channel. I do daily videos, and if you turn on those notifications, you won't be missing a thing from my side. And beyond that, I'd be more than happy if you check out all these links down there. There's social media, Twitch, where I do daily streams, and also a way to support me financially. I don't like to talk about it that much, but it is a necessary evil. We need money to do our living, and I do my content for free no matter what. So check it out if you want. I don't mind if you don't, because the most important thing is that you enjoy this content together with me, and we all have a good time. Catch you guys next time. Bye-bye. Hi there, and welcome to episode 36 of my Sea Ice Challenge series. I'm Icon, and today I hope I will get past the fall and into the winter without dying. I grow more and more confident about the sustainability of our colony. We have established 2 new hydroponics banks in the last episode. We're going to be installing another one quite soon, and the last one will be installed here, so we will be then at our maximum capacity. I do create a few units of herbal medicine right now in advance because I feel like we could really use them, and in the meantime Lauren is creating a sniper rifle in her free time. Her crafting skill is through the roof by now, and we have processed most of our enemies in the time by now. So most graves are empty, which is something I haven't had in a long time, but since Lauren has a wonderful capability of dissecting people without growing too nuts about it, she's naturally nuts, so, well... Oh, we did a new sniper rifle here, so it's of good quality. The sniper rifles will be used later down the road against centipedes, because centipedes have a weak spot against sniper rifles, because the range of their weapons is per se not high enough to outrange a sniper rifle, and you can just outkite a centipede indefinitely long with a gun like that. Let's see how good it'll work in a icy environment like this, but it's still better than waiting for it and get whacked by it later, you know. Alright. So that was the last of them. That means that's gonna be the last prestige rope we're crafting for a while. But I I've already decided that after this session here, we're going to swap over to cotton on the hydroponics because I have way beyond 1 grand of rice. So 1 more harvest, but then we're going to be done with that topic. I've already created 80 survival meals as well out of the rice surplus we are creating, and now it's time to get into other products to gain money with, and I decided that cloth is way to go for me. This trains Lauren's crafting skills even further because she's very talented in that department, and this way Bishop and Ironhead are just running the colony. Ironhead and Lauren have turned into a couple last episode as well, so the morals have never been higher. Poor old Bishop though is growing lonely now. And that's why I also decided to bring in a 4th guy or woman. Bishop doesn't care too much. He's taking it both ways. But, well, let's not think about romantic stuff too much. And Bishop is suffering from the flu. Oh, dang it. Poor Bishop. Luckily, Ironhead is a good doctor too. And let's make sure that 70%. Perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping for. So let's sew out the cotton. And let's check how the flu is developing. Alright, we're already positive. Fugitive encampment. So sure, we're going outside there and raid a camp. These guys have ideas. Quite the jokers they are. So I'm going to give 1 dosage of industrial quality medicine because I want to make sure that we're not too close to the flu's percentage. I'm just worried that if we get attacked by somebody or something in the next few days, this might bite my back when I forget to do that at least once. Because now Bishop will be healthy enough to go for at least 1 fight without instantaneously succumbing to the disease. And even with 100%, his immunity gain is really not that beneficial for him. Well, blood filtration ain't bad on him, but sometimes colonists are just weaker than others. 47%. Now I'm scared. I'll give a proper industrial one after that again. I'm too scared of negative results. I'm breeding the heal roots mainly for other purposes. Like, it's really cool to have heal roots to bandage up people that are just bleeding from several wounds. It gives you an opportunity to be faster than you are without medicine. But it looks like I'm angsty for no reason. It seems to work out with the lower quality medicine as well. That looked like a positive development, but let's just keep it like that. Alright, I'm gonna fast forward to the next event. And the next event was us getting raided by mechanoids. So separate groups of mechanoids are arriving on pods. So we're getting attacked by 4 of them. And that's why I think it was a wise choice to give Bishop that kind of treatment we did. And let's see what will hatch out of the pods. All right, I'll hold my people back for a sec because it's going to be very important. Scythers. Okay, with such an amount of Scythers against us, it's all Scythers even. Ooh, yeah. I definitely want to have... Oh, wait a sec. No, we're going to re-equip Bishop. EMP grenades, and we're already here, and that. Because EMP grenades are just so good against Scythers, it would be a shame not to use them. Alright, how much time do we have until they hit town? Hard to tell, but let's mark those steel select chunks before I forget them again. Okay, so I need to configure my EMP Grenadier. So Bishop gets to stand in front of this. I think this is going to be ideal. And I already start way before the attack is upon us. So let's see. There we go. Our plan is working out. This way we can avoid the destruction of our turrets with some luck. Yeah, well, those sandbags are not good for us. I'm going to deconstruct them. We don't really need that. It brings our enemies more benefit than me. Now let's see, are they still... yeah, still counting as cover for their side. And I even destroyed my own turret now. What a shame. No, we're not gonna do it like that again. But at least the mechanoids were not really a problem with this setup. That's why I value EMP grenades that much. They are just so valuable. It's insane how much you can do with them. And Lauren and Ironhead are going to marry. That's another piece of breaking news. So, but beyond that, Bishop is still pretty ill. And yeah, quite happy though that we just dismantled these mechanoids that well. Too bad that my plan with the sandbags was just that bad. Everything which gives my enemies cover is just bad. That's why I want to stop there as much as I can. Okay, so that was that. Let's wait out what happens next. And the first big cotton harvest is now in. So we yield 700 cloth per production cycle here, which is kind of crazy because that means we will be able to craft 7 prestige ropes per cycle. And this means we're not that much relying on raiders anymore for our money acquisition. Of course, clothing has a severe downside. It's no accepted currency with every faction, but at the same time, bulk goods traders, yes, are buying that stuff always, and it gives us a nice stockpile of money to work with. So now we're going to see a really good trade, I hope. So let's see, what can we sell off here? We're gaining something like 2,500 gold silver out of that. It's pretty big. So we can buy a substantial amount of steel with that again. And sadly not all the plus steel that we want, but well, you can't have everything, I guess. So let's see, 1 unit of steel is 280. So 12 steel cost me $28, $30-ish. So buying components like that is not lucrative. Okay, I also need a beacon in the chem fuel storage. I just noticed that. Well, okay, these guys don't have enough money to buy everything from me, so we're going to buy as much plus steel as possible then. I mean, after all, these are the resources we need most desperately. I'll also buy a few units of medicine since we spent a couple. I'm gonna sell away that little bit of blue fur here. Well, I don't want to sell the plain leather just like that because it's hard to get by, hard to come by. So we're going to delay that a bit. Okay, let's do it like that. So we got now enough resources to do the next part of the ship engine. I love it. So how much gold do we need per advanced component? 3. So that means we have enough for 30, around 40 advanced components. Okay. Probably gonna need more of that in the future. But this was a pretty good start, I'd say. Now let's put some power over there as well. Wait a sec, where's the power conduit? There. Okay, just like that. I wonder if Lauren finishes the rope before the trader will go away. Yes, she does. Awesome. So it's sadly not that lucrative compared to human leather. Human leather ropes are worth way more because human leather is just a way more valuable resource to barter with. But, well, we have picked the map clean again. There's nothing left for us except for mining away a slate meteorite. Wow. But I'm not unhappy at all. We're creating our last ship engine, and that means we have cracked away 2 things of the list. Not bad. Not bad at all. The big question remains, though, how will we get the AI core? And I think the answer will be to pick up as many people now as possible. As in as much food as we can grow. Basically, the amount of food we can grow is the limit for our population here. But I see no other means to get away from here than adventure once during the summertime. And that means we really need to get our hands on whatever resources we can get. So that means let's not shy away from combat whenever we can. A gun link. I know that I did shy away from a lot of fights in the past. Ooh, bionics. But yeah, well. I just realized how limited my options are to earn money. Because we are already pretty much at the end of our capabilities. Lauren is tailoring away the last few scraps of cloth, and she's able to tailor that stuff faster away than it's being produced, so that tells a story on its own. And now we're getting into September again. See you guys at the next event. After a couple of days have passed, we got a offer for a job where we could assault a camp of 5 pirates. We even would get a shuttle in return for good old Philly the Survivor. I checked out his profile and I was like, nope, I'm even going to give away that job completely. In the past few days, I decided that I would invest a couple of jade units more into a nice billiards table. So we have now billiards, poker, and TV in our little shack. And I'm feeling like these 3 are starting to grow accustomed to the life they are living. And overall, this has turned into a little settlement by the passing of the time. Of course, we still haven't made enough progress to get anywhere near the end. We still lack a lot of materials to get forward. I mean, right now I could build the ship's sensor cluster, but at the same time I feel like, yeah, well, I don't want to spend out all my steel at once. And with the next cotton harvest we will be producing even more of the prestige robes. There was literally nothing happening during the last few days. I just wanted to tune back in and talk about this silly quest before I ditched it away. And the new cotton harvest is upon us, and I felt like it's time to swap our productions. After thinking a while about it, I want to get back to smoke leaf production, because we are now growing this stuff faster than before, and I have now a workbench where I can support this stuff. So Vladlena, a pyromaniac cannibal. Almost, but with that passion profile and those traits, I don't want to give her a place in our ranks. So basically every person we're picking up now or getting tossed in front of us, I want to evaluate if it's worth to keep that person. And there comes the mech hive again. Let's see, this time they come as 3. So that's a squad where I don't want to have EMP grenades. Like, I always feel like with mechanoids it's very, very important to adapt your gear according to the situation as good as you can. And this one is a very, very uncomfortable fight because they cluster up crowd up quite hard. Maybe EMP grenades would have been quite good, but I really didn't want to. Alright, there we go. The first of them are already downed. Let's stun a couple. I mean, every stun is diverting attacks, after all. That's something we want. Oh, I forgot to equip a assault rifle, a charge rifle there. But there we go. These attacks are getting less and less frightening. We're losing less and less often turrets, and we're gaining more resources out of every combat. So progress is definitely noticeable. I'm going to build that sensor cluster because we are rich enough for that right now. So we're now getting closer and closer. I really like that. I get the feeling like we're really pushing towards the end. I mean, it's no really fast progress, but considering that this map doesn't yield anything to work with to begin with, like nothing at all, I feel quite brilliant about the progress we made. So let's not be too demanding, shall we? So with these production lines, we should be able to create products which are not only accepted by the bulk goods traders, but I invested pretty hard into bulk good trader material right now. The next products will be more open for every market, but we did have quite a low amount of customers lately. This year was extraordinarily lonely. We didn't even see a single trade caravan from our neighbors during the summer. Usually we have at least one trade caravan coming through, but this year, nothing. So, computer core, reactor, and that's that. We only need these two things. The reactor is just a dirty, rotten amount of material, and the computer core, well, AI core, and then of course the cryptosleep caskets. We're being already that close. Nice. Maybe next year we hunt down the AI core. Could be a thing. So I'm really, really happy to see that Sea Ice is getting closer to its completion. Every episode we are getting a little bit closer. I mean, this is majestic. It doesn't look like it, but it is. Alright, let's see. And poor old Ironhead got himself some flu. Well, it's always bad to have diseases in this environment, but I feel like it's... when you're that secluded, like as they are, it's really not that horrible if you are suffering from these diseases, because bottom line, you're going to have one person less to work with, and there's most of the time not enough work for everybody to keep them busy anyways. So anyways, well, just another uncomfortable event. I'm going to toss in one industrial medicine in between due to obvious reasons. We already talked about those. So let's see. There's 100% treatment in between, and that's all I wanted to see. All right, let's jump forward. So, a day later, we found a couple of cargo pods, and they delivered 118 units of synth thread, which is really valuable. We're really quite happy about that. Also, the big smoke leaf harvest is upon us as well, so we're now having a busy period again. Ironhead is still suffering from the flu. I have decided to stay on the industrial quality medicine due to the simple reason that I want to be battle ready whenever the mechanoids would attack us during the winter time. So at the drug bench, we're not crafting the reefers that slow anymore, so it's not that problematic to have a large amount of smoke leaf leaves to process. So I definitely want to focus the synth thread as quick as possible, though, because, you know, that stuff is valuable. Don't want to have that rotting outside in the cold. Let's see, his treatment is needing tending now. Okay, Bishop. You know your job. Alright. So let's jump to the next event. And another few days later, exotic goods trader passed by. So let's see what convenient shipping is having in store for us. So first things first, it's no AI core among them. I'm always jittery now about this possibility. It's not exactly smart, but I really am afraid that I will be not able to buy that thing while I still need it. So the exotic goods trader is not really featuring any products which we really want to buy right now. They're not even selling medicine, which would be the most interesting thing for us to buy right now. But they are at least buying our products. Ironhead is almost well again. He's getting very close to the immunity peak. And I have hauled a quite big portion of the synth thread into our base. I also have assigned the production of a parka made out of synth thread, or well, I wanted to. Forgot to tune it on, because I felt like synth thread would be the ideal material to go for when we want to have a really good piece of clothing. So we're again taking part in the waiting game. This was so far one of the most peaceful periods of time that I have encountered since I don't know how long. The last winter was way more bloody and fierce, but I don't want to mutter about that. Sadly, the trader was now really underwhelming, but you know, it's not that much of an issue. I do notice that traders come by often enough for us to sustain to have a really sustainable income of, or a sustainable opportunity to gain income. Let's put it rather like that. So I'm really feeling quite happy with that. The longer we stay here, the more I consider putting up a larger production site. We still have 2 slots of hydroponics open in that setup here, and I really consider doing that, but my steel stockpiles are again quite low. But at least we're now back at full working force. Let's jump to the next. So we got ourselves a new quest that's called Guarding Flapjack. The good thing about this is it's going to be a very easy quest for us to achieve. We only have to keep a person safe for a couple of days. We have to treat his blood rot, but that's not going to be much of an issue. What is a little bit of an issue though is that our food stocks are growing low by the time now, so it's going to be back to the rice production for us after this has been done. So I'm going to wait with that quest until I have enough food back in my stocks. Let's see. This will bring us closer to the alliance goodwill with these fellas, which is exactly what I want to have. I also have the opportunity to lend away one colonist to the Broken Empire, and I'm also considering it to some degree, but then also not. I think I'm leaning very heavily towards not, because I don't want to be outnumbered. I don't like to be outnumbered, so we're going to take up that Flapjack guy, and... Oh, they're marrying! Awesome! So, moods will be high for quite the next time. Alrighty, so that's that. Yo, dude. Harvesting this is very, very important. So is resowing. Alright, but we did make a really nice progress here. We did acquire a lot of money bringing things, and we also weathered through most of the winter now, so I'm quite happy with that. The only thing I'm a little bit concerned about right now is the food, but we could just let Lauren grab a few bites of the other meat whenever she grows hungry to conserve food stocks for a little bit longer. So we're going to pick up that Flapjack person now for the goodwill. I was quite tempted to do it for the... Oh, he's a prisoner. Whoopsie. Alright, I just forgot about that. Yeah. We're going to put up that thing here. And please, somebody capture him before he freezes to death. That would be a shame. We need him for making friends with the Empire. Okay. So... Bishop will be living here now too, and we get a little bit of a mechanoid threat again. Let's see, 4 attackers, and what's it going to be? The Scyther situation again. So just like the last time, we're going to bring up one person with EMPs. And this time I will be bringing the charge rifle too. And now let's wait until they're really up close. There we go. Because Lauren's insulation is still not beating the ice here, so I wanted to be very careful with that. Alright. So that's a lot of Lancers at once. Scythers, I mean. So this situation is bound to be very, very dangerous. So here we go. Alright. Alright. How the heck did that happen? I thought I turned off friendly fire here. So we're really in... this is really, really scary right now, honestly. We lost both turrets, but, well... I don't have enough steel to rebuild them either. So let's fall back a bit. Bishop can still stun these guys. Alright. Oh well, let's drop a little stun in between to give Lauren some breathing room. Okay, so that was a lot worse than the last time. But we made it nevertheless. So Ironhead is going to tend to Lauren, that's okay. The only thing I'm really concerned about is that we're now completely out of steel to replace those turrets. But anyways, that was today's episode. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you had a pleasant stay. and drop me a comment down below. I'm really happy to hear from you. We did make quite some progress this episode, almost half a year. And of course, leave a thumbs up to make that series more visible to everybody out there. And if you like my kind of work, check out my channel, leave a subscription. I do daily videos, so if you turn on those notifications, you won't miss any future releases. Also in the description below, you'll find my social media and my Twitch account, where I also do daily streams. So if you want to get in touch, I'd be glad about it. And last but not least, you'll also find the informations for financial support. If you would donate some dollars, I would be more than happy if you did, because your help goes a long time and enables me to do more free content for everybody. So I guess everybody profits from that. But most importantly, have a good time, and thanks for spending your time with my videos. See you guys next time. Bye-bye.